All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. And thank you, as always, for waiting patiently for the intro to finish up there. I hope everybody is doing well on this Sunday. Just getting a little distracted by Luna here. I don't know, she's being weird behind me. I don't know what she's doing. I always get afraid she's gonna like scratch up my my Metal Gear poster back there. But yeah, appreciate you guys joining me today. I have a couple of channel announcements to make, but I'm gonna wait a little bit before I make those announcements, so there are more people here. But yeah, today we're gonna be talking about Take-Two Interactive, the publisher of Grand Theft Auto 6, basically coming out and taking a shot at specifically Microsoft and Gamepass, but also talking about PS Plus, talking about gaming subscription services in general. And I think it's interesting, Take-Two Interactive is one of the biggest publishers in the world, and we're about to really see that. Probably, I don't know, they're probably going to become the biggest publisher in the world, or one of them. Certainly with GTA 6. I mean, I think people already consider Take-Two Interactive one of the biggest publishers, but I do wonder if GTA 6 could propel them to the #1 spot. I don't know. But he took some shots at Game Pass, which was kind of funny. We have Cypherpunk here saying, what idiots thought GTA 6 was going to PS Plus and Game Pass at launch? Hopefully nobody, dude. Hopefully nobody. I don't know why anybody would anticipate that GTA 6 would go to any subscription service at launch, but I think it's more along the lines of the CEO of Take-Two Interactive is being asked his thoughts on not just the gaming subscription services, but he was actually asked about Call of Duty going into Game Pass. And this is interesting because Call of Duty, I mean, yeah, it's like one of the biggest games in the world that you would never suspect would launch day one on any subscription service, but it is. And so naturally, you take another really big game like GTA 6, and people are going to start asking, well, could that happen? Because nobody would have thought that Call of Duty would ever launch day one into a subscription service, right? He's being asked stupid questions, basically. William, yeah, I'm going to talk about that. In a little bit. Irfan, you're saying, MBG, there was also a new PlayStation Showcase rumor. Which rumor are you referring to, Irfan? I think I know which one you're talking about. Musol9 says many people that want to play more games and save money, ? I mean, yeah, there's no denying that GTA 6, something like that, being on a subscription service, it would save you a purchase, but I don't know. Yeah, by Nate the Hate. Yeah, I was thinking about covering that, but the problem with it is it's a bit too ambiguous. It's a little too ambiguous, I think, to do a dedicated topic on, but I'll just mention it here at the beginning of the stream. Essentially, Nate the Hate, I think he was on a podcast recently. He's a relatively known insider, I would say, and he didn't necessarily give explicit inside information, but what he said is that he suspects we're going to hear a lot more from PlayStation in Q3 2024. Q3 2024 is between like September and December. And he basically said that Sony's going to have one of their biggest years in 2025. Like 2025 is going to be a huge year for the PlayStation brand, possibly the biggest year for the PS5 that we've seen so far. And again, he didn't really frame it as like, and this is what I heard from my insider sources. As far as I'm aware, he didn't say it that way. So it very much could come off as it's just his personal opinion, his personal speculation. But I'm mostly in agreement. I mean, to me, it's like, yeah, that I feel like that kind of has to happen, I saw that as well, Antonio. Yeah, I think we're going to save that for tomorrow's topic. I was thinking about talking about that today, but I wanted to break it up a little bit because I feel like we've been talking like constantly about Bungie. But yeah, we'll talk about that maybe tomorrow, unless something else comes up. And Rashab, yeah, I saw that as well. I'm thinking about saving that too. So, um, wasn't Nate the Hate a supposed Xbox insider? I think he, if I'm not mistaken, and somebody please correct me if I'm wrong, I think he was the same individual who said that Microsoft is going to have more games coming to PlayStation 5 by the end of this year, which is fascinating because, I mean, it's, we're approaching the middle of August and there's been no word. So we'll see. I mean, yeah, I think he leaks more Xbox related stuff usually. What are my thoughts on only PC review codes for Black Myth getting sent out, no PS5 codes? Apparently, PS5 codes are going to get sent out just closer to launch. I mean, yeah, it's one of those things where it's like it could be concerning, but the rumors right now are pointing towards Black Myth Wukong actually being um, a very well optimized game on PS5. Not confirmed, but that's what the rumors are stating. All right. So I'm gonna make just a couple of channel announcements right now, and I'll probably reiterate some of these announcements. Well, I will reiterate some of these announcements later in the week, all throughout the week. So, announcement number one, as you can see, I'm striving for a hefty goal this week. I don't know what'll happen, but I figure, you know what, we'll just see. But essentially, we're gonna strive for 500 members, which I know is a lot. And I'm not saying I even anticipate we'll hit that, but if we hit that goal by the end of the week, we'll do a Crackdown 3 stream. That's right. I'll do it. I'll do it because, I mean, if we hit that goal, I have to do something crazy. And to me, going back and playing Crackdown 3, the game that broke me, the game that made me leave Xbox, I think would be pretty crazy. But I don't know. There's almost like a part of me that's like, I want to hit 500 members, but it's like, but do you really? Do you really want to go play Crackdown 3? I don't. So if you guys want to make me play Crackdown 3, now is your opportunity, okay? We have between now and Friday. A lot of time. Yeah, so but we'll keep sticking with like 25, 50, 75. We'll cap it at 100 if we go beyond 100. But I'll tally it up throughout the week and I'll give you guys updates and let you know where we are. So that's announcement number one. Okay. I also want to add to that. I did do a Astro's Playroom playthrough for members only. That's the latest gameplay that's out there. So if you are a channel member, or if you get gifted a membership, or if you're looking for a little bit of incentive to become a member, there's a full. I was able to like beat the game in 2.5 hours, although I did complete one section prior. But yeah, it's out there. It was a good time. Just want to throw that out there. Really quick, MBG, how are you feeling about Black Myth digital only? Are you still buying it? I'm torn because I hate digital only, but the game looks phenomenal. Apparently, based off the rumors, they're planning on releasing a physical version of Black Myth Wukong a little bit later. I think it said within the next year. I think that's what the insider said that is covering Black Myth Wukong. So I don't know. Take it with a pinch of salt, but to me, it makes complete sense. They're definitely going to do a physical version at some point. Cypherpunk, I'll read your super chat in just a moment. The second announcement I want to make, and I think this is a pretty significant one, is it's right now, it's for members only. It's not going to stay for members only permanently, but a new podcast called, that I call it, Dual Sensibility. That's the new podcast. It is a PlayStation focused podcast, and it is hosted by me. The co-host is my good friend. Some of you actually might remember him because he's been on the channel quite a few times in the past, but my good friend Brown Sugar. And we decided to do this podcast. And the only reason, just to be clear, the only reason it's not public yet is because I just consider this the beta phase. Okay. I'm not saying you need to become a member to access this podcast in the future. Just for now, as we're finding our footing, I'm just going, it could even just be the first episode or just the first two. But after that, the way it's going to work is I'm going to do this podcast every week, and it's going to go out early for members. So if you are a member, you're going to get it early. You're going to get it with 0 ads. And then later on, it'll go out to everybody else. So that's what I'm striving for with this new podcast. Captain Hook, you're saying I asked about brown sugar last time you streamed, and then this came out over the weekend. Coincidence? I don't know. Yeah, it's not a live podcast. It's a pre-recorded. And the reason why I wanted to do that is mainly because I do live streams constantly, and I figured doing something pre-recorded could be more focused, more concise, but also different, something that's different from just the constant live, live streams. William, you're saying Dual Sensibility is a great name for a podcast. Also, his friends is great chemistry in their comedy. Well, thank you for that, William. That's very kind of you, man. I like the name. I don't know. Maybe some people don't like it, but I was like, hey, it's good enough. But Cypherpunk with the super chat says Rockstar 100% has a subscription service in the works. Now they own 5M servers and they want them on console, a subservice model in the future to access them and their features makes sense. Yeah, that's another interesting way of looking at it, right? That's another interesting way of looking at it where they could have their own subservice in the work. I mean, they have like GTA Plus, right? And that is, it is a subscription. I don't know if it's comparable necessarily, but yeah, Take-Two Interactive, it's interesting to hear what they have to say specifically because they're, like I said, one of the biggest publishers in the industry, but they're going to be publishing GTA 6. And because of that, we really have to consider what they're going to do is likely going to have a relatively significant impact on the wider gaming market. But yeah, you're saying they own 5M servers and they want them on console. If I'm not mistaken, what you're referring to is custom servers, custom GTA servers, essentially. And I think I saw a rumor that came out. I don't know if it was true, but a rumor came out that claimed that Take-Two Interactive was considering testing these 5M servers on GTA 5 or GTA Online to get them ready for the next iteration of GTA Online for GTA 6. And yeah, to be honest, man, when you talk about being able to monetize something within the GTA universe, that would probably work really well for them in terms of, yeah, you'd get a lot of people paying for that. You'd make a lot of money, and maybe you could even turn that into a subscription service. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I also just want to say this too. Is it recorded in the basement? No, Titus. I will say though, for the first episode of the Dual Sensibility podcast, the audio is trash. I'm just letting you know now. Again, this is why I'm waiting. I'm getting the footing here, looking to make improvements to the audio. So apologies for that. Thank you to everybody who tolerated the first episode and how terrible it sounded. But yeah, it's just something new, something fresh, trying to add value to, to anybody who is a channel member. But yeah, now that we've gotten that out of the way, guys, hit that like button. If you enjoy the streams, if you enjoy the content, liking the stream helps it. Hit the I was just going to say hit the subscribe button. Well, yeah, hit the subscribe button if you haven't, right? But I also want you to consider, again, becoming a channel member. There's content out there. If you're already a member, consider gifting memberships. Okay, it's a big thing we do here. Obviously, like I said, we're striving for a goal. If we don't hit it, not a big deal. But either way, all the gifted memberships are appreciated. And consider donating a super chat. These are ways you can help support the channel, the content, and the community directly. So thank you for everything you do. All right, so with all that out of the way, let's dive into this topic here. I have a write-up from gamesindustry.biz, and it says Take-Two Interactive expects Call of Duty will boost Game Pass numbers for a period of time, but it will not affect its decisions because its decisions are rational. Take-Two Interactive Strauss Zelnick says that putting a game like Call of Duty into Game Pass will inevitably push consumers towards subscribing, at least for a bit. Take-Two does not support subscription services through its legacy titles, yet it has been skeptical around the idea of putting brand new AAA games into the service on the day they come out. Zelnick told us in 2022, quote, "That doesn't make any sense to us because economically speaking, we don't think consumers are prepared to pay for that, and we can't afford to turn our business upside down in a way that doesn't make sense economically," end quote. But with Xbox continuing to significantly push Game Pass with the inclusion of Call of Duty Black Ops 6 into the service this October, does Strauss Zelnick expect consumer habits to change? I think that offering a frontline title with a premium price in a subscription service day and date will push consumers to that subscription service for at least a period of time, Zelnick told GamesIndustry.biz. However, he added that this move by Microsoft doesn't change how Take-Two views the subscription opportunity. No, it won't affect our decisions because our decisions are rational. Zelnick was speaking to GamesIndustry.biz after the firm's latest financial results, which showed some modest growth during Q1, but it's ultimately a quiet year for Take-Two, with some of its core properties like GTA Online and NBA 2K not delivering the growth we've seen in previous years, which has been offset by success in mobile, particularly around Match Factory and Toon Blast. And so the rest of this article from GamesIndustry.biz, it basically just talks about some of the other insights right into their financials. But one of the more interesting things here is it says the big talking point for Take-Two is Grand Theft Auto 6. The Rockstar game is expected to be the biggest entertainment launch in history, and the firm has reiterated its release window as the end of the year in 2025, so fall 2025. One of the challenges the game potentially faces is that there are a lot of gamers, including GTA Online players, who are still gaming on the previous generation machines, particularly the PlayStation 4. Meanwhile, GTA 6 is only scheduled for the new consoles. Yet overall, Strauss Zelnick says the trend is not negative for Take-Two, pointing to strong sales of the company's older titles. No, it's not a challenge, he insists. You're right, there are certain players that are really interested in legacy titles. We have a superb catalog in the company. It's reliable and generates a lot of net bookings every year. So we are thrilled that there are players interested in legacy titles and even legacy systems. That said, the new hit titles do generate an enormous amount of net bookings in the industry, not just ours, but everyone else's. It really is a top 10 title business at the end of the day. Ultimately, he feels that although players may be slower to upgrade with this generation, they will move eventually. Within a couple of years of the launch of new hardware, usually usage of the prior generation hardware does tail off meaningfully. But I think that that there will be the case here. Sorry, but I think this will be the case here as well. It's just a matter of time. Zelnick has talked about Take-Two's drive to be the most efficient entertainment business a few times, but when you look at the schedule, there are a few games that seem to have taken a very long time to arrive. GTA 6 will be the first new game in the series in 12 years. And, it continues on a little bit here, but those were the two, I think, most significant things that came out of what Strauss Zelnick had to say, because again, he's the CEO of the publisher that's going to drop Grand Theft Auto 6. And I think what he has to say about sub-services, very interesting to hear his thoughts on Call of Duty going into Game Pass, but also hearing what he has to say about the slower transition this generation, seemingly from the PS4 to the PS5 or the Xbox One to the Series X. We have Cypherpunk once again saying people already make bank off of 5M servers, charging monthly fees to access a server. Lots of top streamers RP on them. NoPixel is a well-known one. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm like vaguely familiar with some of this, and I actually wasn't really paying much attention to this, but I do think that these 5M servers and the fact that that Rockstar now owns, not Rockstar, Take-Two Interactive now owns them. I mean, I guess technically Rockstar owns them, but I do think that this could be a huge difference maker in the way people perceive Grand Theft Auto Online 2, the second version of it, the way that Take-Two Interactive will market, you know, Rockstar's next big game, it could have a huge impact. But you're right, a lot of very popular streamers, GTA streamers, that they play on these servers. So it'll be really interesting to see how they incorporate these servers into GTA 6 or GTA Online 2, I should say. And we have Antonio Lopes saying 99.99% of games will never achieve GTA 4 sales. GTA 5 literally has the Guinness World Record for the most profitable piece of media in history. I think you meant to say GTA 5 sales, not GTA 4. Pretty sure. Take-Two CEO is about to start the marketing for GTA 6. Come on now. Well, yeah, I think that here's the thing, though, right? Like, the reason why this is, I think, relatively significant, like what he's saying about we make rational decisions, I think it boils down to the fact that Call of Duty is a juggernaut. Call of Duty is, I would say it's right up there with GTA in terms of, you know, how well it does sales wise year over year, in terms of just how relevant it still is. It's one of the biggest in the industry. So this idea that Microsoft comes in, they acquire Call of Duty, and then they're just like, yeah, we're going to put it day one into our service. It's interesting to think, like, if somebody like Strauss Zelnick was in charge of Microsoft, he would say no to that. And he would say no to that because it's like, well, to him, it's completely irrational to take a game like Call of Duty and put it day one into a service. And what's interesting is when we heard about Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard, one of the things that came out is that Microsoft pretty much said, like, yeah, sure, Sony, we'll license Call of Duty to you so you can put it into PlayStation Plus day one. And it's obvious that Sony's never going to do that because it would be ridiculous for them to do that. Really quick, Antonio Lopes, you're saying, no, I did mean GTA 4, which came out 15 years ago, and barely any other game or franchise can come close to GTA 4 sales even today. How much did GTA 4 sell? How many copies did GTA 4? 25 million. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's impressive. But I don't know, man. GTA 5 is like well beyond that, Antonio. But I get what you're saying. Like, basically the momentum started with GTA 4 in terms of like just skyrocketing the series, and now it's at a point where it's like the momentum, it just isn't stopping, and like really very few other games can achieve that type of momentum. But yeah, Sony's not going to license. They're not going to license Call of Duty so they can put it into PlayStation Plus day one to try to compete with Game Pass, because it would be, financially, it would make no sense for Sony to do that. Sony would just simply lose a ton of money. And I get it. On the consumer level, that'd be good for PS Plus players. But another side to this is, if you're Sony, you also have to think to yourself, like, wait, why would I want to compete with Game Pass and pay Microsoft to compete with them? You know what I mean? It's like, it doesn't make sense on multiple levels. Cypherpunk, you're saying Xbox don't buy games, so putting Call of Duty on Game Pass makes sense. They'll get all their sales for the game on other platforms. Well, yeah, that's the thing too, right? Is when Strauss Zelnick says that Microsoft is irrational for putting Call of Duty into Game Pass, and that, you know, they're not going to do that with their games because they make rational decisions. I mean, you also have to consider that Take-Two Interactive never went down that road to begin with. And there was always this kind of concern when Microsoft started with Game Pass, and this is why people were wondering if Sony was going to follow with PlayStation Plus. There was always this kind of concern that, what if you condition your players to just not really buy games at full price anymore? What happens? What happens when players on your platform expect to get a game without paying for it? Like, you know, buying it a la carte, right? And it feels like Game Pass has been around long enough, and Microsoft has been kind of pushing that day one Game Pass marketing long enough that we've reached that point where, yeah, I think it's become a reality. I mean, I'm not saying nobody on Xbox buys games. We know that's not true. There still are people who buy games on Xbox. It's just comparatively speaking, it's nowhere near on the same level. So if you're Microsoft, if you were to come out and be like, yeah, we're not putting Call of Duty on Game Pass after we already promised it to you, I mean, you're basically killing Game Pass at that point. You're turning to your audience that you told for the last like 6 or 7 years, you don't have to buy games if you're subscribed to Game Pass for, our games, and then saying, actually, never mind, you are going to have to buy games now, or at least you're going to have to buy this game. But there's also the huge risk, and we've talked about this, where it's like, what is Call of Duty going to do for Game Pass? And the reason why this is relevant to Sony is because I know for a fact that Microsoft is banking on this decision. Like, they likely have a contingency plan if it doesn't work out, but they are absolutely going into this. Call of Duty is going to be the thing that catapults Game Pass to where we need it to be. It's going to do it. And Sony's going to take note of that, because Game Pass becomes a much more significant threat to Sony and to the wider industry, if you want to call it a threat. I mean, I guess if you're a publisher, right? If you're a publisher, it might be a threat. If Game Pass suddenly skyrockets from 35 million subscribers to, we're at 50 million now. Now we're at 55 million. Now we're at 60 million. Now we're past PlayStation Plus. Then Microsoft will be able to say, we have the most subscribed video game subscription service in the world. Suddenly, that's going to change the way people view subservices in gaming. But there will always be that caveat that if Call of Duty was the thing to do it, we're always going to have to acknowledge that, yeah, that, like, I'm not saying it's exactly the same as something like GTA 6 going into Game Pass, but it's the closest damn thing we're going to get to something like GTA 6 going into Game Pass. So, you look at Take-Two Interactive, they share a similar philosophy that Sony has, which is the focus is full game sales. Full game sales is how we sustain our business, and we can't really deviate from that because it makes no sense to do that. Meanwhile, you got Microsoft over here just completely disrupting everything. And I think that, when you think about the idea of Strauss Zelnick saying that, like, we make rational decisions, I mean, I don't want to extract too much from what he's saying. I don't want to look deeper into it than I should, but it almost begins to sound like he doesn't think Call of Duty is going to work to get Game Pass where it needs to be. Like, if I'm trying to read between the lines, right, it's like he didn't have anything positive to say about it. He actually just took a shot at Microsoft that said they're irrational. Like, that's an irrational decision. He's not directly saying it's not going to work, but he's clearly of the mindset that it seems unlikely like it's going to work. And the reason why he has that mindset is because he knows how expensive this stuff is, right? He knows how much Microsoft paid for it. But that's where I think, like, this is kind of the crazy situation that Microsoft is in, where I do think it's safe to say everything Microsoft has done is irrational. Like, I think I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to say. They went from, we basically destroyed our brand with the Xbox One. The PS4 is killing it. Sony's killing it. We can't really make a comeback. We're going to make Game Pass. We're going to tell our players that we've conditioned for the past, like, 2 decades to buy games that you don't have to from us as long as you're subscribed to it. And then we're just going to basically dump $70 to $75 billion into Game Pass to get it where it needs to go. And yeah, it's like, dude, if you're a video game publisher, you're looking at like that seems irrational as hell. But Microsoft is in this very unique position where they're like, we can afford to be this irrational. Can you? And that's where, like, most other video game publishers are gonna be like, no, I can't afford to be that irrational. And even if I could, I'm not so sure that I would, right? Cobb Sanity says with a $5 super chat, GTA 5 sold 200 million. Yeah, GTA 5 is I the craziest thing about that is GTA 6 is going to surpass that. I think, like, honestly, I think GTA 6 is going to surpass that. I don't want to say easily, because I don't want to make it sound like selling 200 million copies of a game is easy, but I think it will get there much quicker. Much quicker. Rich Rod 908. He knows I just love reading his super chats. He says, MB Gangsta, Xbox Wangstas, Colt Eastwood is a CV. I'm not reading that. I'm gonna cut it off at MB sorry. I'm gonna cut off at Xbox Wangstas. Rich Rod, get it together, bro. I don't need this stress. Don't do this to me, Rich. Don't do it. Rich, drop a damn membership gift. All these $2 crazy ass super chats you're dropping. Cypherpunk with another super chat. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate all the super chats, guys. If Game Pass fails, then they just sell Call of Duty at full price everywhere, along with all of the other properties they own. Companies like Microsoft, sadly, never really lose. Exactly. That's the contingency plan that I talked about. And you could make the argument that, Take-Two Interactive could technically do the same thing with something like GTA 6, or Sony could maybe do the same thing with their own games. But I would say this, though. The risk and the bet that Microsoft is making, and what makes it a little bit more unique and a little bit different, is that while that is true, they could just sell the game everywhere and not worry about whether or not it's moving the needle for Game Pass subscribers. You're doing so essentially at the cost of your own platform and your own fan base, where, again, there's no doubt in my mind. Like, listen, if Black Ops 6 drops, well, it is dropping on Game Pass. If that doesn't do enough, I don't know what Microsoft's internal expectations are. I don't know what the number is that Microsoft has, where it's like, we need to go from X amount of Game Pass subscribers to, Y amount of Game Pass subscribers when Call of Duty after Black Ops 6 launches in this time frame. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know if that's 5 million, 10 million, more than 10 million. But what I do know is if it fails to meet that, they're not going to keep putting Call of Duty in Game Pass. Unless they're willing to just continue to just increase the price, which that's, of Game Pass, which that's another option as well. So they really have these different options at their disposal that they can choose to pull from if it doesn't work. And we have Exley Get Some Trismegistus coming in, kicking off the day, dropping a 5 bomb on you guys. Exley with 5 memberships gifted.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Love to see it. Exley wants to get this thing started. So there we go. The first 5. We got the first 5. Let's get 494 to go for a Crackdown 3 stream. But thank you, Exley. I really appreciate the support, bro. Let's see. Keep in mind, GTA 5 was on 3 console generations. Yeah, that's true too. But what's so weird about it is, like, yeah, it was on 3 console generations, but it's almost like people were buying like 3 to 4 copies of GTA 5, which is strange to think. A lot of people out there double, triple, quadruple dipping. Oh man, 600 members for Redfall on a Series S? Why would you do that to me? I mean, Redfall's bad enough, but on a freaking Series S, bro, that is torture. Waylark, you're saying, is it even a question at this point that Microsoft is trying to kill their own platform, LOL? Well, it depends on which way you view it, right? I don't think Microsoft's outlook is like, yeah, we want our platform dead. We just want to kill it. I don't think it's that. I think it's just more like we're willing to risk it. We're willing to put this on the table, not all at once, but piece by piece, to see if we can get that bigger piece of the pie that goes beyond just, our platform ambitions. That's how I view it, because I don't think it's some kind of like internal, like, yes, we're going to slowly kill our own platform. Genius. No, it's not like that. I think it's just more along the lines of they have this kind of bigger picture play that they're trying to, this bigger picture ambition that they're trying to achieve. It's not that Sony isn't. It's just that Sony is finding a different level of success on their own platform that Microsoft is simply not. So it makes sense that Microsoft would shift gears into that territory. But yeah, they're basically like, hey, we're going to risk a portion of our platform if this doesn't work. We have OK with the super chat saying, this is a fanboy take. He was clearly making a statement in relation / contrast to Take-Two's current business model. Obviously not taking a dig at Microsoft, LOL. I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know, man. I read it very much as he just simply views Microsoft's approach as irrational. And look, I don't want to like read further into it, but I'm going to here. I think that Strauss-Zelnick probably doesn't like what Microsoft's doing, truthfully, because I've tried to explain to people, like, Microsoft, if they succeed in what they're doing, in the way that they want to succeed, they are going to flip over the industry. Microsoft is trying to transform the industry, where they're trying, even still now with Black Ops 6, to condition people like, if you don't want to pay full price for games, you don't have to do it. But we're starting to see with the recent price increase that it's like, we got to make money. We can only continue to lose so much money before it's like, we got to start making money. And that's where I think that, a CEO like Strauss-Zelnick, I mean, yes, of course he's talking about their own business. Of course he's making it known that, yeah, we're going to run our business rationally and make rational decisions based on what makes sense for us, of course. But he even did say that he only thinks, and I actually don't know why I even forgot to mention this, he did straight up say that he thinks Call of Duty is only going to raise their subscribers for a little bit. Just for a little bit. It's like, I mean, maybe it is a fanboy take, but I don't know, dude. It just seems to me like one of the CEOs that is responsible for not just GTA, but many other games, but basically one of the most successful, is straight up saying, like, yeah, I don't think it's going to work out for them the way that they think it is. And then he follows that up by saying it's irrational. So, I'm not saying he's necessarily taking an aggressive shot at Microsoft, like he fucking hates Microsoft. But I do think he's just making his stance pretty clear that, like, he doesn't believe in the subscription model. He doesn't believe that what Microsoft is doing with Game Pass is really going to work the way that they think it is. And we have Mrs. MBG coming in, paying it forward here for you guys, dropping a membership gift. Thank you, Mrs. MBG. She's been coming over here dropping some gifts recently. Does Mrs. MBG want to see me play Crackdown 3? Cypherpunk says it makes for a good headline, MBG. Well, of course. Of course. But fanboy or not, like, fanboy take or not, it leads us to the same conversation. Hotshot is like spending your money, like, whoa. No, I'm cool with that. Got to give back a little bit, Yeah, she wants that Animal Crossing stream. Do you think he's incentivized to make those kind of comments when his business model for GTA 6 is in contrast to a subservice? Probably, to a small degree. Yeah, like I do. I think the way, if I had to assume, Strauss Zelnick probably feels as though, and I guess he has pretty good reason to feel this way, that what he has to say in the industry is relatively important. He's the CEO of Take-Two Interactive. He's currently the CEO of a game that's expected to be the biggest launch in in entertainment history. So I would assume that he probably approaches this where he has a general feeling that people are going to pay attention to what I have to say, and they're not going to necessarily hang on to every word and it's the end all be all necessarily, but compared to most other people in the industry, you know what I'm saying? Like his words might hold more weight. And so I do think that he obviously considers this anytime he's talking or doing interviews. And I have no doubt in my mind that, like, I don't even think it was like he was trying to take a shot. I just think that that's genuinely how he views it. Like, oh yeah, no, that's like what they're doing business wise is totally irrational. And this is what we've been saying for a long time, where it's like, there's a reason why Microsoft took the approach they did. You could say they're bad, you could say they're good. It doesn't really matter. All that matters is this is what they decided because they can pull it off. The approach that Microsoft decided to basically triple down on is the one that is essentially, hey, we're worth trillions of dollars and we're like one of the most valuable companies in the world. And we can pretty much afford to do literally anything for an infinite amount of time if we desire, as long as we believe in it. Let's use that against this industry. Let's leverage that against the industry. And that's why I do think that, like, again, man, the conversation, it's like, if you try to pull Microsoft down, you can't do it. Microsoft made sure of that. They made sure that they paid for that, by the way. If you were like, even what Strauss Zelnick is saying, right, where it's like, oh yeah, we make rational decisions, and I don't think that Call of Duty is going to work much for Game Pass. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter, because Microsoft is like, yeah, go ahead, say what you want. People are going to be happy that we're putting Call of Duty in Game Pass. But does that make business sense? We're not worried about making business sense right now. We're worried about winning people over. We're worried about shaking the industry up, disrupting the industry, and hopefully getting that full 180-degree turnover. That's basically what Microsoft has been leaning into and will continue to lean into. And this is why the conversations are what they are on the internet at this point, where it's like, again, go try to say something against Game Pass, against Microsoft's business model, against Microsoft as a whole, and you're not going to get very far, because, again, Microsoft is very much appealing to the consumer. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but when you talk about the wider gaming industry, where you're not just considering the consumer side, you're considering the consumer side, the development side, and the business side, I mean, that makes you ask a few more questions. That makes you think a little bit harder about what are the long-term implications here. I mean, yeah, of course, there are people who say that Microsoft's ruining the industry. It's like, look, I'm not here to say they're ruining the industry or not. I'm just here to say they are definitely trying to flip something over in the industry. And I don't think anybody really knows what those long-term implications could be. Basically, what we've seen is all traditional video game publishers, or most of them, have all kind of been in agreement that that's not the direction we should go in, because it's not sustainable. And if we try to go in that direction, it's going to erode a lot of different businesses and a lot of different models, right? Or the model that has worked and that has been sustainable since the time this industry started. And so that's why I think it's going to be so funny in a way to watch GTA 6 come out, where it's like, yeah, you can go buy Call of Duty, and Sony can work on their exclusive games, and all these companies can do whatever they want, but it's like GTA 6 is going to come out, and it's going to, because it's worth paying attention to Strauss Zelnick, the last part that we read, where he does believe people are going to move over. I mean, again, reading between the lines, he's basically saying like, yeah, I think GTA 6 is going to help move people over to the current gen consoles. You're going to see just a product come out that will once again reaffirm that the business model isn't going to change. Regardless of how successful or not successful Game Pass is, regardless of how successful PlayStation Plus is, regardless of how successful any subscription model is in the industry, the business model, the traditional business model, will not change. And the reason for that is, well, there's a multitude of reasons, truthfully. It's not just because, well, people are still buying it. It goes a little bit further than that. Why are people still buying it? Because there are people who still want to own their products. Or if not own it, because, a lot of people buy digitally. It's like, well, if you're buying digitally, or do you really own it, or are you just renting a license? But realistically, it seems pretty clear to me that there are a lot of people where it's like, I only buy maybe a couple of games a year, right? Maybe I buy like 5 or 6 games a year. Chances are it's going to make more sense for you. Like if you are just buying those games and those are the only games you're going to play for like a year, year and a half, 2, 3, 4 games, whatever it might be. It could be more than that. But it's like, yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm just going to buy it and I have it and I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to worry about money leaving my bank account every single month just to have access to these games. That's why I'm super interested to see how... I'm super interested to see what Call of Duty does for Game Pass, but this is also what is so interesting about Take-Two, where it's like Take-Two is going to get that with GTA 6. Like, more so than anybody else in this industry, but they're just crazy enough. We're like, yeah, we're also going to have a subscription service inside of GTA. Like, that's the craziest part. GTA Plus exists. So I don't know, man. This is where, like, you talk about business savvy. It just seems like Take-Two Interactive is, they are trying to extract everything, man, where it's like, we don't have a platform, but basically we'll make GTA Online our platform, right? We're going to sell you GTA 6. You're going to buy it for the single player. We're going to get you in the GTA Online 2. You're going to give us, full price. You're going to give us money for a full price sale, but then we're going to offer you GTA Plus. So we'll even get a subscription from you as well. It's like, it's interesting. Like at the end of the day, this is the most important thing, right? Regardless of what Strauss Zelnick has to say, whether he believes what Microsoft is doing is rational or irrational versus what they're doing, at the end of the day, the goal is the same, and we can't ever forget that. The goal that Microsoft has, the goal that Take-Two Interactive has, the goal that Sony has: extract as much money from as many customers as humanly possible. That's the goal, and it's just so fascinating to me to always kind of see these different major publishers give their take, I guess you could say, on how they're running their business and kind of evaluating like what's working versus what isn't. And I still believe that Microsoft is Microsoft, as much as, it would make sense for me to say that, oh yeah, they're, what they're doing doesn't make sense. As we've established earlier, comparatively to like Sony, Microsoft paid for the safety net. Sony has built a safety net, but Sony's also proving, well, it's not just Sony, but many companies have proven in the past that you can build a safety net. Doesn't mean it won't wear thin eventually and break through. Microsoft paid for the safety net. Same thing applies. Doesn't mean it couldn't wear thin eventually and break through, but they paid for it nonetheless. And they paid for a particularly strong safety net. And that safety net is exactly, hey, doesn't matter if this fails in Game Pass. We own Call of Duty. As long as we don't fuck Call of Duty up, we'll keep making money. We'll keep making money. We'll keep making full sales. We can pivot and we'll be just fine. They paid a lot for that, though. Antonio Lopes with another super chat saying Meta has lost $50 billion plus with VR, and that's straight up gone and never coming back. Microsoft investing 80 to 90 billion in publishing talent IP is nothing to these companies. That's what I mean. That right there is the safety net. It doesn't. Here's the thing, though. It doesn't mean those things can't erode, because you're right. Like, there is a difference between, wow, we just lost $50 billion and we got nothing. There's a difference between that and we spent $80, $90 billion. We maybe lost a portion of it, but we still have quite a bit that we can do something with. there is a difference between that. And the idea is, and this, in the same way when we look at the situation with Bungie, right? Sony buying Bungie, it's clear that Bungie was screwed from day one, and Sony didn't see that for whatever reason. Sony didn't see that, like, guys, I don't know if Bungie cooked the books or whatever, but it's like, guys, Bungie, they're kind of done here. They're not going to be what they once were. Like, it's only going to go down from here. Sony didn't see that, and they paid $3.6 billion. Did they lose it all? No. They still have 850 Bungie employees. They still have Marathon. They still have future prospects. But at this point in time, it's fully in Sony's hands. And that's the most important part, is that what happens going forward beyond Marathon, because apparently Sony is not involved with Marathon. After Marathon, anything that occurs with Bungie is Sony. So if the next thing under Bungie is like the worst thing, you know, maybe Marathon's bad and what's after Marathon is 10 times worse, that's Sony. That is on Sony. And Sony will have proven that you don't know what you're doing. You don't know how to manage Bungie because you didn't create Bungie. Bungie isn't you. Halo wasn't you. Destiny wasn't you. Those things were Bungie. It's no different, honestly, than if you look at like kind of what happened to Halo after Bungie left, right? Like, oh yeah, Microsoft still owns Halo. We're going to give it to 343. And it's just like, oh, it's not good now. Gee, I wonder why that is. It's because Microsoft didn't make Halo. Bungie made Halo. And if you lose Bungie and you got the IP, good luck. You got to get real lucky. The reason why I'm pointing this out is because the same exact logic applies to Microsoft, just in on a much bigger scale, where I'm not saying that Microsoft's going to lose Infinity Ward or lose Treyarch, but if these development teams start to screw up and there's too much turnover, or they just become mismanaged internally, not Microsoft mismanaging them, just they become mismanaged in general, right, over the coming years, then Microsoft's going to have to step in and say, we're going to manage you directly now. And if that happens, it's sink or swim at that point. It's like, all right, you're up to bat, Microsoft. Let's see what you got. Let's see what a Microsoft Call of Duty looks like. That's no easy feat. Because, like, well, I don't know. Like, how do we capture that? Fuck if I know. And Hellbound 1981 comes in and drops another 5-bomb on you guys. Hellbound coming in, keeping the membership train going today alongside all these super chats. I appreciate all the support, guys. Hellbound, thank you so much for that. You just brought us up to 11 members on the day. Let's see if we can keep that member train going. Exley's hyped. I know Exley's hyped. Exley loves to see the extra support. Good stuff, guys. All right, let me add that to the counter here. But this whole idea of Game Pass, right? Like being irrational, or putting games like Call of Duty into Game Pass as being irrational. It's honestly, it's impossible to really answer that question definitively right now. We're still waiting and seeing. And Exley comes in and drops another 5-bomb. Exley and Hellbound are tag teaming it today. Back-to-back W's in the chat for a second 5-bomb from Exley.
Get some! Get some!
Trismegistus. Thank you, dude. That brings us to 16 members on the day. So we are now less than 10 members away from hitting our goal of 25. Let's see if we can push it. Let's see how far we can go. Just a reminder, just because we have double the amount of people watching compared to when I first announced it earlier in the stream. Anybody who is gifted a channel membership today, you not only gain access to all the members lounges that we've done, you also gain access to exclusive gameplay. I just did a playthrough of Astro's Playroom exclusively for members, but I also recorded a new podcast, Dual Sensibility podcast, that I'm starting right now. That's out for members. So again, tune into that. Go check that out if you get gifted a membership. Leave some feedback. Obviously, I'm looking for some feedback. And yeah, hit that like button, by the way, guys. If you're enjoying the conversation so far and you're enjoying the stream, we're sitting at 137 likes. Let's see if we can bump that up to 150. We have Waylark saying, who said GTA 6 was coming to Game Pass or Plus Day 1? Nobody said that. No, nobody said that. Waylark, I don't know if you missed when we were reading the article. Essentially, the CEO of Take-Two Interactive, well, he was asked initially about his thoughts on Call of Duty dropping into Game Pass, and he basically said that he doesn't think it's really going to do much. He said he thinks it's going to be temporary. He thinks that Call of Duty is going to be a temporary fix for Game Pass, where it's going to boost the numbers initially, but it's not going to keep those numbers high, and they're going to slowly start to go down again. And he also said that when it comes to their approach to putting games day one onto a subscription service, he said they're not going to do that because they make rational decisions. Basically, again, like kind of indirectly maybe highlighting Microsoft's irrationality. Okay, you're saying if all PS Plus games day one on PlayStation Plus, would you still buy or sub? That's a good question. I mean, there's no denying that if Sony took the route that Microsoft does with putting their games day one onto Game Pass, the first thing I would honestly have to look into is like, yo, Sony, what changed? Right? Like, that's the thing I'd be interested in is like, what changed? But for me, that would be more, that would boil mostly down to, well, two things. Number one, are physical copies of games still being produced? That is important to me. But number two, let's just assume there is no more physical version of PlayStation games and they're all digital, but they're also going into PlayStation Plus day one. I'd have to evaluate the catalog. Like, I'd really have to ask myself, like, how frequently is Sony dropping these games into the service? How long do I plan to spend on these games? And how important is it to me personally? And this is why I don't think it's... Listen, I don't fault anybody. There's this, like, misconception of me for some reason. No matter... It doesn't really matter what I say, but I'm going to fucking say it anyway. There's this misconception out there of me where it's like, oh, you hate Game Pass and you just want to keep giving these companies your money. It's like, no, dude, like, Game Pass is appealing for the reason it should be fucking appealing. You don't have to buy your games a la carte. And you get a lot of games. It's the same reason why PlayStation Plus Extra is appealing. It's just Microsoft is also being like, by the way, you get all of our games too, like day one, right? So I'm not here to make it like to argue with somebody and say, if you're subscribed to Game Pass all year long, you're an idiot. You stupid moron. Like, I'm not like, no, it's like, dude, if that's what you like and that works for you, that's all that matters. But when I talk about Game Pass, believe it or not, I'm more interested in the long-term, like, is it working? That's honestly all I'm interested in. Not because I'm so, like, I've subscribed to Game Pass even to play, although I got it for free, but even to play Hellblade 2, right? I'm not against these services to the extent that people think I am. I'm only interested in finding out if this really is going to work or not. Because my belief on subscription services is they are meant to be supplemental within the gaming industry. I do believe that. I believe that the gaming industry has been around for a long enough time that we know what works and we have a pretty good idea of what doesn't. And it's not that subscription services don't work. It's just that the model that came before subscription services works more efficiently, generally speaking. But if all PlayStation games were going day one in the PlayStation Plus, it'd be something I'd have to consider. I'd have to really think about it. I am absolutely used to owning my games. I can't deny that. Like, I'm used to, again, buying physical copies of most of my games. I mean, I'm going to buy Black Myth Wukong digitally, right? I think let's take Black Myth Wukong for a moment. What if Sony announced, hey, we're putting Black Myth Wukong into PlayStation Plus Extra day one? I mean, that would be huge. Like, people would be like, holy shit, I'm subscribed. But like the thing I would think to myself is I'm probably going to play this game for a while. I'm likely going to play it more than the average person because I'm going to try to get every trophy. I'm going to try to 100% it. And it does seem like it potentially has some level of replay value as well. So knowing it's digital only, yeah, I would probably still buy it, man. I don't know. It's a tough call because the digital only aspect is really what gets me, where I can't deny that if games were to go digital only, it makes it a lot harder for me to feel like I own my game in the way that I want to own it. You know what I mean? And I think that's a great question I would actually pose to everybody listening. Like, for those of you who buy your games physically and do not really subscribe to the services, or that's not how you really, that's not really how you engage with your games, how much of a difference would it make if suddenly there were no more physical versions of games? It's all digital. Does that change your perspective on subscription services? I feel like it would, naturally, But it's a good question. And this is why I'm so interested to see what happens, because I do firmly believe that Sony is paying very close attention to Microsoft, just like Take-Two is. Take-Two is being asked about this because it's like, hey, Take-Two Interactive, you own Grand Theft Auto. Call of Duty is just as big. That's going into a service day one. What are you guys doing? And he's like, no. So it'll be interesting to see if the conversation changes if Microsoft achieves what they achieve. Because if Call of Duty Black Ops 6 skyrockets Game Pass, investors are going to be looking at all these other publishers, and they're gonna pay attention. They're gonna notice. They're gonna be like, oh, look at that. Call of Duty is really boosting Game Pass numbers. Sony, what about your subscription service? What are you doing to boost your numbers? Take-Two Interactive, shouldn't you have a subscription service? It's going to be interesting. That's why I think this stuff is so fascinating. It's interesting to hear, kind of like it's the calm before the storm. It's the calm before Call of Duty drops for the first time ever into Game Pass, to kind of hear what I would love to know what Sony thinks. Sony hasn't said a damn word. They're probably not going to say a damn word, but I would love to know what Sony thinks. Black Ops 6, day one on Game Pass, Sony. Thoughts? I don't know. If Sony can keep making the type of money they're making, the truth is the investors might not question it that much, Cypherpunk, you're saying Sony should spend the $25 billion and buy Take-Two. Oh, I don't know about that, Cypherpunk. I don't know about that. God, Sony spending $25 billion on Take-Two would be so... Like, there's such a high chance that you just ended the PlayStation business. Yep. It's not going to happen overnight, but you ended it. Because you have to understand that, like, one of the biggest questions I had when we talk about acquisitions and consolidation, specifically for Microsoft, and honestly, that question is right there, right now, for Sony. I wonder, Sony, everything we saw with Bungie up until this point, you had nothing to do with. You were not involved because you couldn't be due to contractual agreements. But now you are. So the question persists across all these different acquisitions, just again on different scales. Sony, can you manage Bungie? Can you? Can you do it efficiently? Can you do it in a way that makes sense? Can you manage Bungie while still efficiently managing all your other studios? That's just one studio. It's a big studio, but that's one studio. That's why when I looked at Microsoft and I thought, Microsoft, you can hardly manage your own studios as is. Why do you have such confidence that you're going to be able to efficiently manage Bethesda and efficiently manage Activision Blizzard? Oh, well, because they're going to buy that management talent as well. Yeah, but what if that management talent leaves? As we've seen we've seen multiple people in higher positions leave. A lot of them aren't even leaving on bad terms. They're leaving because they're cashing out, dude. Because they're like, yo, I'm rich. Peace. And it's going to be up to Microsoft's own internal management to kind of sort that out. And that's why I'm saying like we don't know how this is going to play out. I don't understand how you couldn't be worried about Microsoft managing all of those publishers, because I can tell you right now, dude, for as much confidence as I have in Sony and their management, look at what just happened the past couple years. That's not with Bungie. That's not with a publisher. Certainly not with a publisher the size of Take-Two Interactive. And Sony proved that, oh man, we're not always 100%. Like, even with the teams we have now, we're still running into some roadblocks and some struggles. So my biggest worry, I mean, there's a myriad of worries I would have if Sony came out and announced we're acquiring Take-Two Interactive. But my biggest would be, how the hell? Well, I mean, how are you going to afford that? But second off, how are you going to manage that shit, dude? Because the chance they're going to be taking is, well, we just have to hope that the current management that's there doesn't fuck up and knows what they're doing. They've done it this long, right? But what if somebody important leaves? What if you get bamboozled again like you did with Bungie? Because everybody thought Bungie was in such a good position. And it's like, turns out, no. They were kind of like dying on the vine. I don't know, man. It's kind of like, I liken Sony's acquisition of Bungie to like when you find like a fruit or a vegetable where like on the outside it looks good, like, oh, it's perfectly fine. And then you cut into it and it's just like totally rotten on the inside. It's like, oh no, what's going on here? You know? Yeah, they could afford it, but I don't know, man. I would be very worried at that point. Plus, you also have to consider, like, if Sony were to acquire a big publisher like Microsoft has with Bethesda and Activision Blizzard, Sony's not going to make that stuff exclusive. There's no chance in hell they're going to spend billions upon billions upon billions of dollars and say, yeah, we're just going to lock this down. Like, no, dude. Actually, if Sony were to do that, that would put Sony much closer to Microsoft in terms of, I think they might consider becoming a wider publisher. Is that where we're headed? I don't know. We have Anthony Perez here who says, example of conditioning not paying. I've seen Xbox fans say, I'll wait for Black Myth Wukong to be on Game Pass. It doesn't have an Xbox date and players already waiting for Game Pass. Why publish there? Yeah, that's rough, man, because we recently mentioned a game like Lies of P, and Lies of P is a game where it's the studio's first like proper AAA game, and they knocked it out of the park. But when it comes to the Microsoft side of things, they did sign a deal where they put Lies of P Day 1 on Game Pass, and you know, they got paid for it. But you know, you have to wonder, like, why did they do that? Why did they agree to the lump sum that Microsoft was willing to pay them? It very well could have been because they were convinced, like, well, we want to put this game on Xbox, but we're not really sure we're going to get many sales. And so that's where making that deal with Microsoft makes a lot of sense. But the important thing to acknowledge here is I think Microsoft is kind of done making those deals. That's why I said when we had this conversation last Sunday about the whole situation with Black Myth Wukong and Phantom Blade Zero, like, why isn't Microsoft reaching out to these studios and offering them a really nice, you know, a pretty penny for a Game Pass deal? It's because they don't have to. Like, dude, we just bought Activision. We just bought Bethesda. We really don't need you guys. And I think that it's almost creating this kind of underlying friction, maybe like this just kind of background tension where it's like Microsoft is starting to kind of exude this energy, like, we really don't need you because we have this now. And I think the development teams are kind of starting to feel the same way, at least some of them, where it's like, well, maybe we don't really need you either as much as we thought. And it's like mutual, you know, as crazy as that sounds, like, it almost seems like it slowly might become mutual, where as Microsoft, and this is the important thing to highlight here, as Microsoft continues to flex that publishing muscle, it's like, yeah, we're becoming more of a publisher. Other video game publishers are paying attention to that, where they're like, oh, what about your platform though? Like, that's where we're supposed to make our money. So, again, Microsoft is kind of every move they make, it's kind of like they are sacrificing something, whether it be to a small degree or a large degree remains to be seen, but there is a type of sacrifice that's going on. Just like as long as Sony continues to latch on to their own platform and their own platform's success monetarily, numbers wise, it's less incentive for them to lean more towards this kind of larger publishing side. Even though they're still trying to do it with PC, and now they're doing it with Switch. So again, a common theme between all these companies is they're all trying to have their cake and eat it too, but something's got to give at some point, and something will give. What it will be, though, we're kind of at that transition point where we don't know yet. We also have, so Anthony, thank you for the super chat, buddy. We have OK saying, according to Microsoft's latest financials, Game Pass is working. I mean, yeah, I'll be honest with you, OK. I didn't look into Microsoft's latest financials, so I'll take your word for it. I don't. Can you elaborate on that, or can anybody elaborate on that? Like, what did Microsoft bring to the table, numbers wise or financially, to prove that this is working? It's like it reminds me of when Phil Spencer said, like, yeah, Game Pass is profitable, but then didn't, like, that's it. Like, he just said it, and like there was never any proof of any of that being true. And I'm not saying that like it's not true. I'm just saying, what did they provide to prove that? Because the last I saw with Game Pass is it stagnated. That it wasn't showing growth. You're saying look it up. All right, let me check. Hold on. Game Pass growth 2024. Okay, that didn't Game Pass successful Microsoft 2024. Sorry guys, I'm trying to see if I can find this. All right, let me try one more thing. Microsoft earnings, Game Pass. What quarter was it for Microsoft? The one that we just. All right, here we go. The Verge. This was July 30th. Microsoft just posted their earnings. Let me try to find the gaming section here. Xbox and gaming. Xbox content and services revenue, which include Xbox Game Pass, is up by 61% this quarter. Activision Blizzard revenue has once again contributed to the majority of the revenue here with 58 points of net impact. Without Activision Blizzard revenue, Xbox content and services revenue would have been up 3% year over year. That's crazy, dude. Holy shit. No wonder why Microsoft bought them. No wonder why Microsoft was like, we got to get it to go through, man. Microsoft revealed in February, Xbox Game Pass has now grown to 34 million subscribers, including Xbox Game Pass Core, previously Gold. Microsoft is planning to launch a new. Yeah, we already know about the Microsoft launch. Hardware revenue down 42%. Jesus. Yeah, I don't. Microsoft isn't updating its Xbox Game Pass subscriber numbers this quarter, but the company did share a metric around active gaming users. We now have over 500 million monthly active users across platforms and devices. This is what Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella said, "Our content pipeline has never been stronger. Next quarter, Microsoft is expecting Xbox content and services revenue to increase in the low to mid 50s. Overall gaming revenue will also increase in the mid 30s, with 40 points from Activision Blizzard. They also say they expect hardware to be down." That's interesting. So hold on. They say Xbox content and services revenue increase in the low to mid 50s. It's very interesting what Microsoft is doing here. So all right. Yeah, this paints a clearer picture. There's nothing like Microsoft didn't, based off of what I just read, Microsoft didn't directly say it's working. It seems to me, and this is smart on Microsoft's part, it makes sense why they would do it this way. It seems to me what Microsoft is doing is it's like Game Pass is definitely not growing. It's still at 34 million subs. It's been stuck there seemingly for a little while, between like 32 and 34 million. It's not really moving forward. So what they're doing is they're trying to kind of bring Game Pass into the wider conversation of everything's on the up. Just ignore the hardware, but everything's on the up thanks to Activision Blizzard. And here's the idea though, right? It's clear. The message that Microsoft is communicating, whether it be directly or not, is Game Pass is going to stay here. It's going to remain the priority. Wait until we start dropping Call of Duty into Game Pass. Just wait. That's essentially the message. And yeah, they can do that. Like this is why if somebody were to say right now, Game Pass is going to fail, I wouldn't jump to that conclusion just yet. If you're going to say Game Pass might fail, it might still fail. Game Pass has not succeeded up until this point. And that's, I think, something that, like, listen, I don't care how hardcore of an Xbox fan you are, you have to acknowledge that. It's just the reality. Microsoft had lofty ambitions for Game Pass. They clearly thought Bethesda might be enough. They clearly thought Starfield might be enough, and it wasn't. They weren't seeing the growth or the numbers that they had expected. Certainly nowhere near enough to justify the type of investment they made into it, because everything was hinging on Game Pass's success, not console sales. So they got one last Hail Mary, but this is a big one. This is the biggest one. It doesn't get bigger than Call of Duty. Period. End of discussion. So as far as I'm concerned, what Microsoft has to say about Game Pass right now is irrelevant. Because what I do know about Microsoft, and I think what most people know, is, dude, they bought Activision Blizzard for a reason. Yes, they're going to they know they can't save their console sales. Microsoft knows this. They know the Series X, the Series S is finished. They know that. Phil Spencer freaking said it himself May of last year. They know they're not going to out console Sony or Nintendo, so they're not going to try. But what they also know is that we're going to give it this last big push with Call of Duty, not Starfield, not Halo, not any of that shit. Call of fucking Duty. And if Call of Duty can't make Game Pass successful, literally nothing else will. So this is the do or die, sink or swim moment where Microsoft, I think they believe it's going to work. And I think that they're hoping it does, because if Call of Duty does for Game Pass what Microsoft has been hoping for, it's going to shake up the industry significantly. And that's the part that I don't think enough people are paying attention to, where, like, guys, do you know what is going to happen if Microsoft gets Game Pass to where they want it to be? Do you realize how that changes things? It changes things quite significantly. Not all at once, but it's the beginning. Other companies are going to have no choice but to pay attention. But if it doesn't work, well, what happens then? We'll just sell Call of Duty. It's genius. The best example is Sony Pictures. They are competing versus Disney, Warner, Paramount, etc. And all of those have successful sub-services, and Sony didn't go to that war no matter what. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to how Sony will react, I still think Sony would probably be less reactionary. But William Aguilar, thank you for the generous super chat, buddy. You're saying, do you remember the night of September? Love was changing the minds of pretenders while chasing the clouds away. Badia. Oh my God. What are you making me read, William? Say, do you remember? Oh, okay. I just got it. You're not making me sing, William. I totally started reading that as a regular super chat, not realizing it's Earth, Wind, and Fire. William believes, bro. William's out here singing and dancing. Now you got the song going in my head, though. William, I think what you're trying to say here, bro. Dancing in September. Body, PlayStation Showcase. Only a little time away. William, I think what you're trying to say here is you believe. You believe the showcase is coming in September. I'm going to have to remember this. I'm going to have to remember the super chat because, dude, if it's right, this is going to be the best super chat. It's like William knew. William knew, and he prophesized. He prophesized in the form of song. I'm not singing it. I can't hit those notes. We're all singing it in our head, though. But William, thank you for the super chat, buddy. We have Perfect Image saying GTA 6 will 2025 or 2026 or earlier. You're saying GTA 6. God damn it, Perfect Image. I'm trying. I'm not singing it, Jay Shako. Perfect Image, I'm just trying to understand what you're saying here. GTA 6. You're saying I'm reading it right. Will be out for 2025, 2026, or earlier, mark my words. Well, GTA 6, as of right now, Take-Two Interactive is saying it's going to put some auto-tune on my mic and sing it. Oh, that would be funny. You guys just really want to go places with this, don't you? GTA 6 is currently scheduled for fall 2025, but there is this big, question mark that people have. It's like, well, surely it's going to get delayed into 2026, right? It could, but my whole thing about the GTA 6 delay idea, I don't see how GTA 6 gets delayed when they've been developing it for like 12 years. Like, if they were that worried about a delay, I just don't think they would have announced a date. I don't think they would have announced it at all if they didn't know when it was dropping. That's the thing that I think is important to understand about GTA 6. Using an Arnie voice changer, that would be amazing. Can I get that? Is that a thing? Somebody point me in the right direction. Somebody point me in the right direction of that. That I might get. Saying, bro, it's a big release, things come up. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It could be delayed. It absolutely could be. If something in the polishing phase is going to take longer than they thought and it's just not ready, they will delay it. And they should. GTA 6 is not a game that should release until it's 101% finished. Will it have online modes? GTA 6 Day 1? We don't know. I mean, there's inevitably going to be another version of GTA Online, but they didn't like announce that there's going to be they didn't say GTA Online 2 is shipping. I mean, yeah, who knows, dude? There could be a completely different plan in place about how they're going to launch GTA Online 2 compared to what they did for GTA 5. Waylark, you're saying even if the likes of Game Pass got big games like Black Myth or other big IPs day one, people will only buy for the platform they have a library on. No new subs. Yeah, that's another important thing to highlight here. When you think about why did Phil Spencer say we're not trying to out console or outsell Sony or Nintendo, he specifically highlighted that they lost the most important gen during the Xbox One, which is the gen where people are now beginning in the console space to build their digital libraries. And it's true. Once you build those digital libraries, and this Steam has proven this, like once you build that library, they got you. It doesn't mean you won't go to other storefronts or other platforms. You still can, but you're always going to likely be tethered. And whatever platform you start to build your digital library on, that's likely going to be the platform that you stick with as your main when you buy games. And yeah, I mean, this is another reason why Microsoft is digging in. They're digging their heels into Game Pass, even though the Game Pass growth has been relatively stagnant. And this is why Sony won't budge. This is why Sony's like, listen, we'll do what we can for PS Plus with PS Plus Extra and Premium. And a lot of people still use it. And, people are still subscribed to PS Plus for those reasons. But there's a reason why Sony is not announcing PlayStation Plus numbers anymore, why they're not really prioritizing PlayStation Plus that much. And it's because Sony gets those game sales, dude. And there's no sign of that stopping or slowing down. Saying MBG, my library is across multiple systems, but my preference is PlayStation. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think it's normal. I think a lot of people do have different libraries across different platforms, but I guess my question to you would be, why is that? Is it because you just started buying most of your games first on PlayStation and then you expanded later on? But because I think everybody kind of sets that foundation for themselves. That really depends on where you are. Not many people are willing to walk away from a digital library. Some people are, but not many. Thank you for the super chat, Waylark. We also have Cypherpunk saying, why do we get so caught up on Game Pass? Does anybody even use it in here? It has zero effect on my gaming purchases. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's probably because I got Crackdown 3 on my mind, and I'm like, wait, am I gonna have to go to Game Pass to play that if I do play it? No, I'm just kidding. That's not really why. Mainly because I think there is I could be wrong. I've been wrong many times in the past, as you guys know, but I'm really starting to wonder if Black Ops 6 launching into Game Pass could be the beginning of, well, I guess beginning wouldn't be the right term because we've already kind of seen this war, right? Like the subscription service war seemed like it was about to like blow up and then it just didn't. It seemed like, oh man, PlayStation Plus and Game Pass, they're going to go head to head and then other services are going to get created and or really try to improve and that's not what happened. But the thing about it is Microsoft is not giving up on it. And they're about to have the biggest push ever towards it. And I think that's where the conversation comes in because you're right. It has zero effect on your gaming purchases. And that's true. Like, again, Sony's not just going to jump and be like, you know what? We gotta do the Game Pass model now too with PS Plus. They're not going to do it that way. I just think that there's major implication if Black Ops 6 does the job. Clip it and ship it, boys. Absolutely. Titus knows. If Black Ops 6 does the job in Game Pass, it's going to be a hell of a thing to see how the industry reacts to that. Not just Sony, but the wider industry, because don't forget what Microsoft's initial goal with Game Pass was. And this is why it's important, Microsoft's initial goal was we want to be the Netflix of gaming. Look at what Netflix did to the movie and TV industry. It turned it on its head. If Microsoft does that with Game Pass, that's what Game Pass is going to do. It didn't, and that's why there's still a lot of people here that laugh at it and laugh at Microsoft because they're like, it failed, bro. Like, get over it. Like, move on. Like, it's not going to be what you think it is. But Microsoft's like, but we have Call of Duty this time. It's different this time. And it'll be interesting. I'm really fascinated to see, because Take-Two Interactive CEO, he's out here. He says, I mean, listen, dude, this isn't just some random person. I want to put that out there. Strauss Zelnick is not just some random internet dude like me or anybody else, or just some random internet troll. He's the CEO of Take-Two Interactive. He said, I think it's just going to boost their numbers temporarily, and that's it. In other words, I don't believe Call of Duty will be enough to reverse the stagnation that has occurred with Game Pass. And I just think that that's something that holds a little bit of weight. And I think I don't know where I land on it, you know? I still think that Microsoft, and this is another reason why Game Pass won't go away, the conversation around it, because Microsoft wants Game Pass on PlayStation, dude. They do. And I'm not saying it's going to happen, but they do. I appreciate the super chat, Cypherpunk. William Aglor with a 15-month member milestone. Let me just make sure he's not singing a song here. Doesn't look like it. He says, revenue isn't profit. Xbox isn't profitable, even if sales to PlayStation and King mobile games microtransactions contribute revenue to Microsoft, not Xbox going up. Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm overall, like, as you can see, I didn't pay attention to Microsoft's latest earnings. I do care to an extent about what Microsoft is doing in terms of their or how they're doing in terms of their finances, just because, at least with the Xbox division, because I do feel like we've seen a lot of the major changes we've seen that have had, if not big impacts, just definitely made like a wave for a short period of time. They were attached to like, our numbers went down or our numbers aren't good enough. And you look at something how, like, if it wasn't for Activision Blizzard, they would have only seen like 3% growth. And yeah, I'm going to say for a company as big as Microsoft, that's not going to cut it. William, yeah, I saw that. We talked about that. And I do want to let you know that it's not SOCOM. At least it's highly unlikely. They said that game is going to be in an established IP. It's going to be based off a popular IP. Smilegate invested into that studio. Pretty sure it has something to do with what's the name? Somebody will help me out here. I forget the name of it's a shooter. It's really popular. It has like a really popular free-to-play version. Somebody will get the name out here for me. I'm waiting for it. Crossfire. Thank you, guys. Fred got it first. Crossfire, yes. Fred's in here trying to help me out, just like Fred's having like flashbacks to the Astro stream. Thank you, Fred. Yeah, Crossfire. So it seems highly likely that they're making a AAA single-player Crossfire game. Because that's the part I didn't realize either, is that Smilegate made a major investment into them. We have Not Deku, member for 14 months, saying, MBG, thanks for helping me improve my English by watching your streams. Well, you're welcome, man. I'm glad I can help in some way. Sometimes I struggle with English myself, but I'm glad I can help. And I appreciate the milestone chat. We have Chris Brown saying, I got Assassin's Creed VR and Mirage yesterday. Why? I don't know, Chris. I don't know. You tell me. Why would you do that? Are you regretting it? We have okay saying PS4 and Xbox One are likely to upgrade to Series S versus a PS5 Pro for GTA 6. You might be right. Yeah, you might be right. I think I need your help on this one because I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but I want to make sure. GTA Online does not have crossplay, correct? I actually should probably just look this up. No, it does not. Okay. GTA Online is not crossplay. This to me, if this stays the same, like if they announce GTA 6 will ship with, or a GTA Online 2 will ship with every copy of GTA 6, and there is no crossplay, that's where I think that could destroy that that possibility. Because if there are already more PS5s out there than Xbox consoles, and by the time GTA 6 comes out, there's going to be even more PS5 consoles out there. That's going to have a massive trickle effect, I believe, where, again, if there's no crossplay for GTA Online 2, then Microsoft is kind of screwed. Not fully, but like that's gonna make a lot of people, if they haven't upgraded yet. I'm not saying it will push them to the Pro specifically, but there's going to be a chance that anybody they might be playing with, you're going to be, if, hey man, I'm already on PS5. I already upgraded and I'm getting GTA 6 for the PS5. And so if we're going to play GTA Online together, if there's no crossplay, however, I will say if there is crossplay, that changes it in the other direction. I think that if there is crossplay, the Series S could be a console that becomes like kind of the go-to for GTA 6. But I don't know, man. I really do think it's a potent combination of, number one, who has the marketing rights to GTA 6? Number two, will there be crossplay for GTA Online 2? So it also depends on how it performs, because there's a third thing here as well, okay, where if Microsoft, with the Series S and GTA 6, if it turns out that this game runs like ass on the Series S, that could have it could hurt the console in terms of like, oh, I'm not playing this on the Series S. You know what I mean? It could go the other way though. If the game is very well optimized for the Series S, where obviously it looks better on the PS5, it runs better on the PS5 and the Series X and the PS5 Pro especially, but it holds its own very well on the Series S. There's just too many unknowns, There's too many unknown factors. We have to see. Yeah, if it's like running at 480p on the Series S, I don't think it's going to sell Series S consoles. We also have a subtext here saying, I don't know if you covered it this week, but did you see Tom Henderson say the Black Myth Wukong embargo is August 16th? Excited to see reviews Friday. Yeah, I did see that. And this is going to be a game. Listen, I say very frequently that reviews don't matter in some cases at all, but certainly not the end all be all and like a decision, at least for me, in deciding for a game. However, I do think reviews for a game like Black Myth Wukong are going to be important for multiple reasons. Number one, the studio is being pretty quiet. Number two, the studio, this is their first time making a game, especially a game like this. Number 3, this game has a lot of hype behind it, as in like I think there are a lot of people that still have this kind of trepidation where it's like, I don't know, man, it still looks a little too good to be true. Still looks a little too good to be true. What's up, Michael? Co-troublemakers. Uh-oh. Anonymous Boss says, hit the like button, guys. Yeah, hit that like button to help the stream out. We're almost at 200 likes. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. Always appreciate it. But yeah, I think that there are multiple reasons why a lot of people are eagerly anticipating the reviews of Black Myth Wukong. The really good news is the development team must have a lot of confidence in it, because they're not pulling some shit where it's like, oh, the reviews will be out the day before or the day of. Like, no, they're putting it out like a solid 4 days before the game launches. That tells me they believe they're going to find success. You know? Wait, hold on. Was there a direct donation? Rich Rod, did you give a direct donation? Let me go check here. I forgot to bring the screen up again. My bad. I got to get better at remembering to do that. Okay, Rich Rod with a direct donation. No, why? Why are you going to... Why are you doing this to me, Rich Rod? This is bullshit, Rich Rod. I told you to drop a membership gift, and so instead you drop a dollar. I appreciate the dollar donation, but saying some of the craziest shit ever. I don't know about this, Rich Rod. I don't know about this. Rich Rod says MB Gangsta and Mrs. MB Gangsta will unite and make Colt Eastwood cry like a baby when Xbox shuts down. Then MB Gangsta Nation will hold Colt Eastwood down and burn his Xbox games while he cries in his ugly voice. MB Gangsta stand up. Xbox Gangsta. Dude, Rich Rod, this is the most unhinged thing you've said thus far. This is taking the violence to another level, man. No, I do not condone this. Rich Rod is trying to like make the console wars like real violence, real world violence. Michael says, are we ready for a B drop? As in bomb drop. He says YouTube doesn't let him say bomb. Dude, I'm ready, bro. Listen, I got to tell you, I don't know if you see this here. This would be a good time for a bomb drop because we're not necessarily close to it, but I have a weekly goal starting today up until Friday, 500 members. If we hit I don't know if we could do it, but if we do it, I will force myself to play Crackdown 3. I will do a dedicated Crackdown 3 stream. So I don't know, Michael, if you want to do it, man, and contribute. And Michael does it. Michael comes in with the 50 bomb.
Holy shit.
God damn, he wasn't playing around. He says we're doing the bomb drop. He wants to see me play Crackdown 3, clearly. This man wants to see it. I need to see those 50 bomb emojis in the chat. We don't get to see him too often. Let the 50 bomb emojis flow. Michael, dude, thank you so much, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. He just obliterated the 25 goal for today. Strong start, man. Absolutely strong start. Love to see it. Rich Rod's over here like... Meanwhile, Michael Wernick is coming in dropping 50 bombs. Michael, dude, thank you so much, man. That's incredible support. This is not the first time you've done this. You do this from time to time, bro. You come in, you drop bombs, and you know what? This is a great time for me to once again shout out 50 new people receiving membership gifts, okay? 50 memberships gifted. Go check out first episode of the Dual Sensibility podcast. I got to get used to saying that name. It's out right now for members only. So you gain access to it. Go check. Again, it's a little rough. I'm not going to lie. It's the first episode, some growing pains, but hopefully the beginning of something awesome. But go check that out, and go check out my recent Astrobot gameplay. Yeah, we got to feed. I'm gonna feed Boss too. Yeah, I'm gonna have to feed the Beast a little bit later on. I'm gonna hold off though, because if I feed him now, just remind me before we end the stream. Super Earth is done for. Good shit though, Michael. Wow, look at that too. Michael, you brought us to the coveted 66 members. That's crazy. For those who know, they know. Let me update the member goal. Let's see. So we will keep trucking along here. Make sure this is working. Michael, appreciate all the support you show the channel and the community, man. Yeah, execute order 66, bro. Yeah, hit that like button, guys. We're almost at 200. Well, man, I got to say, but before I move on here, I'm going to move on. Before I do, though, I got to say, like, I was starting to think, like, all right, maybe there's no chance we're gonna be playing Crackdown 3 at the end of the week. And I'm not going to lie, like, I start to breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. Like, again, I want to hit the goal, but it's like, I don't know that I want to play Crackdown. But then, I don't know, man. Michael dropping this 50 bombs got me thinking, like, okay, all right, well, it might be possible now. All right. Let's see where we're at here. A lot of chaos going on. Yeah, Black Myth Wukong, dude. I'm super stoked for that game. I think it looks amazing. I do think that... Fred, you're saying it's Crackdown or Animal Crossing. We might... Yeah, we'll save Animal Crossing. I don't even know... I guess I would have to hook up the Switch dock, right? To my... Oh my god, it sounds chaotic. Yeah, I don't know. We'll take it one step at a time. Crackdown or Redfall on the on the Series S. I think for now we'll stick to Crackdown. We could do Redfall too. I mean, look, it's not just about doing Xbox games. Crackdown 3 is like a legendary game on the channel here, so that's why I think it would be funny. PlayStation having Wukong as an exclusive without paying, it's crazy. Big miss for Xbox. Well, here's the craziest thing. Black Myth Wukong, when we talk about the review scores, man, like, look, I'm not saying it is. We'll have to see, but there's a real chance based off of what we're seeing that, like, if this game is as good as it's looking, I'm seeing the hype build around it. Dude, it's like shooting to the top of the charts on, like, the pre-order charts on Steam and even on PlayStation 5. If the reviews reflect, like, oh, wow, okay, this is a potential Game of the Year contender now. Yeah, it's going to be huge. And that's exciting, man, because, like, again, what's so exciting about this is an indie dev. This is an independent Chinese development team that clearly feels like they have something to prove, and I'm rooting for them, man. Like, I want the game to be good. I don't know, like, how crazy would it be if at the end of the year it's like, wow, my Game of the Year is Black Myth Wukong. Didn't expect that. So I'm stoked. We're about 9 days away now. The only unfortunate thing right now for Black Myth Wukong for me is the fact that I can't get it physically. But, you know, if they do release a physical version, I'll double dip. You think nothing's going to beat Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? I don't know, man. The hype for Black Myth Wukong is real right now. Y'all are believing in the hype of Chinese vaporware? You think it's going to be vaporware? Yeah, it's just not even going to release. Fred, that's so funny, dude. Fred Vance says, MBG, if we get 600 members, can we have you do just the cave part in Hellblade 2? I don't know why. There's just something so funny about that. I mean, maybe. You want to do a stretch goal, Fred? We could do it. Well, wow, that sounds like a hell of a stream. I'm going to play some Crackdown 3, and then I'm going to just transition from that to playing just the cave part in Hellblade 2. I would do it. I mean, fuck, man. For 600 members, that's nuts. Yeah, I would do it. No pain, no gain. Does the goal carry over on new weeks if it's not achieved on week 1? I'm not sure yet. We'll have to see. I have to see how this week goes. I haven't really done something like this before, so we'll see where it goes, you know? I'm sure there'll have to be some tweaks and adjustments. Don't spoil it, Fred. All right. We have Titus Crow saying, "What will rise again first, Xbox or the South?" Goddamn, Titus. You guys are nuts. Like, dude, every time I go into a stream, I think this is just going to be a normal stream, surely. And then you just then I'm reminded. For this one, I'm going to say Xbox. Like, between the two, I'm going to say Xbox. I hope it would be Xbox, you know? Titus says, "I just wanted to show support." I appreciate it, man. I appreciate all the support. Subtext comes in with a super chat saying, "I struggle to see Call of Duty boost Game Pass subscribers. A lot of Call of Duty players don't play a ton of other games. A one-time $70 purchase beats $20 a month in value." Yeah, I mean, that's where I can maybe find myself agreeing with Strauss Selnick. You know, Strauss says, listen, it's going to boost the numbers for a little bit, but not by much, or they're going to go back down. And I think there is something to be said for that. I've been saying that for a while. I think that there's millions and millions and millions of Call of Duty players, and it's a ritual, dude. It is a freaking ritual where it's like every October, every November, I already got my game pre-order. Dude, if you go to the PlayStation Store right now, the number one most pre-ordered game, it is a Microsoft game now, but it's the most expensive version of Call of Duty, Black Ops 6. It's the what do they call that version? The Vault version or something like that. The most expensive, it's like the $100 version. And it's like, yeah, I mean, people are just buying the game, dude. They're just like, and Microsoft isn't losing. Game Pass might, though, if that yearly ritual remains that strong with the majority of players. And I think it will, because there is truth to that, man. Like, Call of Duty players, they play this game at the same time every year, usually with the same group of people. And I would say for most Call of Duty players, the game pays for itself within the first month at $70, even at $100. Is it more than 100? Are you sure? It's more than 100? And Michael Werneth comes in and drops another 5-bomb. Michael doing some serious heavy lifting today for this community. Another 5 memberships gifted by Michael. Thank you, bro. Bringing us up to 71. Michael wants to crush another goal.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Michael's going crazy. God, I need to. All right, listen. I'm gonna get some more sound bites that are more on the funny side, more on the comedic side. Because, man, that Arnold one gets me every time. My absolute favorite thing is when new people come in and they've never heard that Arnold soundbite before. That's my favorite thing. And Fred Vance comes in. He's keeping the member train going. Fred wants to keep it going. He drops another 5-bomb. That's 10 more memberships gifted between the two. Thank you so much, Fred. Fred, it was because of the Arnold, Crazy Arnold voice, wasn't it? Or Crazy Arnold soundbite. Fred does it. He crushes another goal. We are now at 76 members on the day. Great, absolutely amazing start so far. Thank you guys so much for all you do for me and this community. Let me update this again. Let's see. So yeah, we're almost already 1/5 of the way there, which is crazy. Very crazy, in my opinion. So thank you guys so much for all the love you show. Really quick, Michael says with a $2 super chat, how do you opt in for gifts? Oh, yeah, I probably should say that. If you're new here or you want to receive a membership gift, click the icons, any of the gift icons at the top of the chat. So, like, Michael, your 50 bomb is going to be sitting there for a long time. Anybody who wants the chance to be gifted a membership, click that icon and manually opt in to receive membership gifts. And there's a good chance you'll receive one at some point. And I'll start saying this more often as well, just so everybody's aware, because, again, we do get some new viewers in here and some new gift recipients. If you receive a membership gift, you get an entire month, a membership to the channel for free for an entire month. It doesn't auto-renew, just so you know. I think some people worry about that, where it's like, oh, if I opt in to receive a gift, is it going to auto-renew and start, I'm like a subscription service now, I'm going to keep taking your money every month. No. You have to do that on your own if you want to continue to support directly. But a membership gift is just that. It's a free 30-day gift from the individual who dropped the gift, and you have access to all the members' content for the next 30 days. Obviously, I want to encourage everybody, if you enjoy the member content and you feel like it's worth it, by all means, please consider maintaining that membership. It helps out tremendously. I've been trying to do more with membership content, and I'm going to continue to try to do more. Yeah, MBG Pass, bro. Don't subscribe to Game Pass. MBG Pass is where it's at. My God, that sounds so terrible. Rich Rod does it. Rich Rod must have felt bad for making me read that last chat. Rich Rod drops a single gift of his own. I do appreciate it, bro. I did heckle you a little bit there. Very much appreciate it. So now we're at 77 members. You guys are awesome. Crazy membership train going today. We'll see if we can keep it up. We still have plenty of time left in the stream today. All right. Let's see. I think I'm all... No, I still have a couple more super chats. I'm not all caught up quite yet. And thank you to everybody dropping the super chat as well. I just want to make sure you guys are thanked too, because it's definitely important. We have a Cypherpunk with a super chat. He says, will Xbox's next console be out before the PC launch of GTA 6, therefore giving them the possible best version of the game? Yeah, it is possible. See, where things get a little weird here, right? And a little bit awkward is, will Take-Two Interactive be in a rush to do that? I mean, it's hard to determine because, I mean, you also have the question, like, when is the PC version coming? I think it's safe to say that a PC version of GTA 6 is coming. But when? And could it possibly coincide with the next-gen Xbox? It's very much possible, man. Feed the cats. Meow, member for 14 months, says, can you feed the cats for hitting another goal? Yes, we will feed the beast.
Boasty, read me. It's time to feed the beast.
We'll feed... Well, I don't know if Boss... Hold on. Luna's in here. Wow, she's sleeping like a baby, though, but I'm sure she'll come over. Let's see. There is no next Xbox? No, there's going to be another Xbox. Oh, wow, okay. Whoa. Easy there. We're going to feed the Micro Panther right now. Come here, Luna. Up here, come on. Come on. There we go. Yeah, Luna, she's really becoming fond of these treats as well. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to just stick with giving Luna treats today because I don't know, man. I'm going to have to start exercising, boss. I think he's had too many. She needs it. She's a little too skinny. But yeah, Cypherpunk, it's certainly possible, man. Like I don't know exactly what Microsoft's plans are for their next generation. The only thing I do know, well, is pretty much what everybody else knows, and that is they're doing another console. They said they are. They said it's going to be the biggest technical leap ever for them, and the rumor claims that they're targeting a holiday 2026 launch. So if they target a holiday 2026 launch, then that means GTA 6 would have been out for a year. So I have no idea, man. Like I don't know if Rockstar would they immediately make a dedicated version of GTA 6 for this next gen Xbox? Would it just be a patch? If this next gen Xbox does come out holiday 2026 and it's going up against the PS5 Pro that came out in holiday 2024, what's the difference? Like, how big of a difference would a game like GTA 6 like? Would that be? Could that be the only version that runs at 60 FPS? Now that would be interesting. So it's certainly possible, but when it comes to Microsoft's next gen plans, I don't know at this point. I don't know if they're going to take like a gung ho approach where they're like, we're going crazy, you know, and we're going to try to like rekindle excitement in our console, or if it's the opposite and they're just like, listen, we're going to try to make a really good console and we're going to call it next gen, but you really don't have to buy it if you don't want. We just want you on the platform. I think it's safe to say what Sony's going to do. Sony's clearly going to market the shit out of the PS5 Pro and continue to market the shit out of the base PS5 leading up to the PlayStation 6. But I don't know. What TV do you currently use for console? It's one I got back in. It's a 2020 model, so it's a couple years old at this point. It was the highest end Sony model that came out. Now it's not an OLED. The highest end Sony model, I think it's like the 950H or something like that. No, I don't have the A90J. No, the one I've been using for the longest time with my and the reason being, dude, this TV, I don't want to upgrade from it until I have to because it's so good. It's like a 55-inch model. It in terms of brightness, I don't know. I really like. Why are my direct donations not? Why am I not hearing them? Rich Rod, don't do this to me, bro. You're gonna have to wait, Rich Rod. I appreciate the membership gift, but you have to wait. I'll read it. Just give me a little bit. No, I do like OLED, but I don't know, man. Over the years, I've discovered that for as much as I appreciate OLED, I need a brighter screen. I'm used to a brighter screen, and that's the thing about the specific model that I have. When I was researching it, when they compared this model, again, I think it's a Sony 950H. When they compared it to OLED, it was like shocking, like how it's super close. Like it's not the same as OLED, but it is literally the closest thing you're gonna get. Where the blacks on the screen, while not perfect, are the absolute closest you're gonna get to perfect black on a non-OLED screen. And you're saying OLED is literally the brightest? I don't know, man. Not in my experience. OLED, it looks good. It is bright, but I don't know. There's just something about this TV that I really am fond of. And I don't know. Maybe I'll go back to OLED whenever I have to upgrade again, but I've been very satisfied with this TV. I've been using it for the past 4 years, and I'm still like I'm just still impressed with it. I'm like, man, I just love the way this screen looks. The colors are amazing. It's very good. It was the highest quality TV you could get in I think it came out like mid or late 2020. It was like the most expensive model. I didn't get it just because it was the most expensive. They had another one that was just below it, but I don't know. I chose to go with this one. 2020 OLEDs weren't the brightest, but the new ones are adding double layers, so it's very bright at last. Oh, really? Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, if they found a way to make OLED screens brighter, that sounds perfect. You'll upgrade your TV for the PlayStation 6. That might be when I do it too. Yeah. LGG series MBG brightness is insane, almost too much at night. Yeah, I'll have to look into this. I haven't been paying as much attention to TV technology these days. I usually start to pay closer attention to it when I'm like buying new hardware or something. Michael, you're saying I have 4 LG OLEDs, 2015, 2018, 21, and 23, all C series. They're my favorite. Yeah, LG does a great job with OLEDs. I've seen their, but that's the thing. It's like every time, for as impressed as I am with OLED, I'm like, I just wish it was brighter. But now you're telling me they are making them brighter. So you'll never own a non-OLED again. Colors are insane. I gotta find a video or something, a comparison. Because I'm telling you, I watched comparisons of this TV I have to OLED, and it was like everybody was impressed. Like the experts were impressed. We're like, okay, this isn't OLED, but this is shockingly close to replicating OLED in a non-OLED screen. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. And the main thing it offers is this insane brightness. Is today PT's 10th anniversary? I think it is. But yeah, Cypherpunk, we'll have to see. Getting back to your super chat, when it comes to Microsoft's plans for next gen, it's certainly possible, like I said, that they could expedite the next generation, and it would make sense because let's face it, series consoles sales are done. They're done. You know, I think the series console. How many units did the original Xbox sell? It wasn't a lot. I don't think. But the series consoles are probably not going to do much better than that. So they're likely going to expedite the process and bring out the next gen Xbox. I could see Microsoft willing to pay money to make that happen, by the way. I won't forget, Rich. I won't forget, Rich Rod. Don't worry. I know you're eager to see me squirm, but what makes them think the next Xbox will do better? People already jumped ship. Well, that's the big question, right? We know how important the PlayStation 6 is to Sony. We know that Sony's going to be extremely aggressive with the PlayStation 6 and trying to get people to upgrade because it seems clear to me that the priority for Sony is still going to be console sales when we get to 2027 and 2028 with the PlayStation 6. Unless the PS5 falls off a cliff next year and the year after, yeah, I don't think that's going to change. But for Microsoft, they already did fall off a cliff console sales wise. So I don't know. Like, I don't know how aggressive Microsoft's going to be. It's like I said, man, they could come out and do like a blitzkrieg, like Xbox 360 again, baby. Let's go back to the roots here of let's make Xbox great again. Like I don't know. It could be that, or it could just be like, yeah, it's a great console and please buy it, but it's okay if you don't want to. We just want you to, if you don't buy an Xbox, play our games on PC, subscribe to Gamepass on PC. Hey. Luna's chewing my wires. Come on, Luna. Don't. All right, hold on. Oh, she's stubborn. She's more stubborn than Boss is. Come on, I'll give you a little bit of catnip. I see Hellbound spamming the Luna emoji. Whoa. You good? She's crazy, dude. Waylark, you're saying, isn't Black Myth Wukong CCP funded? I mean, I guess, technically. But, I don't know, man. Like, I'm not really viewing it like that, you know? Black Myth Wukong to me just seems like a well-made game. I do find it interesting that it's based on Chinese mythology. I think that's actually a really cool aspect of it because we don't really get that. You know, we don't really see much of that. We have Grady, a member for 9 months, says, just now getting around to Rise of the Ronin. Not as good as Ghost of Tsushima, but really good so far. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that, man. That's exactly how I feel about it, where I wouldn't say it's necessarily even comparable to Ghost of Tsushima because I just think it's a little bit unfair. Because I think Ghost of Tsushima as a overall package is just significantly better, but the thing about Rise of the Ronin is it does many things differently than Ghost of Tsushima, and I think it's those things that it does differently allow it to be its own thing. Because you can make these comparisons, but it allows it to be its own thing, and they do it pretty well. Not perfectly, but pretty well. And I really enjoyed Rise of the Ronin. I enjoyed it more than I thought I would. I think I put like, how many hours did I put? I think it's 75 hours or something, 80 hours. So I'm glad to hear that, Grady. And let me see. And I think we're all caught up now. All right. Had the previews come out for Black Myth. I mean, yeah, we've been getting previews for a while for Black Myth Wukong, and all of the previews have been pretty positive. I haven't seen any or read any negative previews on Black Myth. That's interesting. You're saying a lot of things were actually based off of Journey to the West. Capone, you're saying, I didn't know MBG likes boss rush games. Rich Rod, let me read your absolutely cursed direct donation. Rich Rod says, I'm not done yet. MB gangsters stand up. Then we will make Colt Eastwood create a civil war against Jez Corden since he is a sucker and continues to say Sony money-hatted games. He is a wankster and not an MB gangster. Essentially, both are chumps. MB gangsters. Rich Rod, it's clear. I see you did that under a different name too. Wow. It's very clear, Rich Rod, that you have some anger with some Xbox influencers and individuals. I mean, Rich Rod, I don't know how you come up with it every like almost every stream or every other stream, but I appreciate the donation, man. Again, I don't condone violence. Yeah, I don't know. It's funny. There's a whole Xbox side of things when it comes to influencers and whatnot, and I don't know. I don't really have a problem with any of them. I think like I come across some stuff occasionally, and I'm just like, whatever, you know. Rudy says, "Get Rich some help." Get Rich some help. Rich Rod, are you okay, bro? Is everything okay? Yo, I know this is really random, but did you guys see how apparently the Borderlands movie? I found this like somewhat shocking. Apparently, the Borderlands movie is on track to be the biggest movie flop of all time. Of all time. In the history of movies, in the history of cinema, it's on track to be the biggest bomb financially of all time. Yeah, that I mean, it's almost impressive. It's like, wow. Dan says good. I just thought that was nuts. I'm like, geez, man, how do you mess it up that bad? I'm not even a Borderlands fan, but it's like, God. It's just embarrassing. Rudy, you're saying it looks terrible. Yeah, like I said, I saw the trailer. I saw the trailer when I was in the theater to watch Deadpool and Wolverine, and I was watching that trailer, and I was like, the like, this can't be real, right? Like, this looks, it just didn't look real to me. I'm like, how is this a real movie? Pragmatic Hat, you think it didn't look that bad? Well, I mean, there's still going to be people who see it. I don't know. I don't know, man. It doesn't look very good. Who could have seen that coming? Fred, you're saying I did not have interest in the Borderlands movie at all. Yeah. Well, I guess we'll see. We'll see if it turns out to be the biggest flop of all time. I just think that's just crazy. Like who would expect, like, oh, what's the biggest box office bomb of all time? The Borderlands movie. It's almost borderline impressive. Like, wow, that's not easy to achieve. It's not easy to fail that badly. To fail that hard. Randy Pitchford blocking OG Borderlands streamers who didn't like it. Oh, wow. Is that true? That's a little strange. I mean, I understand he would probably be upset, but like, come on, man. Like, if the movie's bad, it's bad. Should have done a cel-shaded movie with voice actors instead of live action. Actually, that probably would have been better. Yeah. That probably would have been better. I don't know that it would have saved it, but it at least would have spoke to that unique, like, kind of cel-shaded art style. Maybe just appeal a little bit more to the people who play the game. Strange choices with this movie. Wasn't even that harsh on it. Yeah. What's the next, speaking of video game movies, what's the next PlayStation Productions movie? Do we know? I know that Until Dawn just started filming, but I know there's a Ghost of Tsushima movie. So, okay, Twisted Metal, the second season started filming. The Last of Us season 2 is coming 2025. The second Uncharted movie started filming. The Horizon TV show is not proceeding. The God of War TV show is apparently still in production, and there's a Ghost of Tsushima movie. Wow, Sony's still, yeah, they have quite a bit going on. Twisted Metal was surprisingly good. Michael, you're saying, I don't want to get MBG off topic, so someone else answer. He has a Play Has No Limits Plus. What is that? So for right now, Michael, I do have 2 higher tiers for memberships. Like, it's funny to me because there were people a couple of weeks back who were trying to absolutely shit on like what I do here with memberships by convincing people that I ask people to pay $20 a month for a membership. And it's like, no, that's not how that works. A membership for the channel is $4.99 a month. It's not $20 a month. But I do have a higher tier simply for people who, if they want to donate a higher amount each month to help fund the channel. It's not, it's not necessary. It's just there for if that's what you want to do. It's an option, just for anybody who feels like they would like to give a little bit more to help support the channel month over month. But that was comical to see where it's like, wow, yeah, guys, $20 a month for a membership, guys. And you know why they were doing it too? Because they were upset. Saying, oh God, he got off topic. It's okay. It's okay. I was just eyeing the chat. I'm sorry, Michael. But it's funny because they were like, oh, you think Gamepass is a bad deal for $20 a month, but you're asking people for $20 a month for your membership. Like, no, I'm not. Like, no, dude, it's like, honestly, the only reason I haven't removed that highest tier is because there are still some people who choose to support. And, you know, it's like, okay, sure. I appreciate that. That helps fund the channel and allows me to do what I do here. MBG's been off topic. Yeah, I guess so. But it's nuts, man. It's nuts. Like there's definitely a group of Xbox people on like Twitter and shit that just they loathe me, bro. Like they absolutely loathe anytime I talk about Microsoft. And it's gotten to a point where they get so upset where it's like, aren't you supposed to be a PlayStation channel? Aren't you supposed to be PlayStation? It's like, yeah, but it's also my channel and I can talk about what I want. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. I don't get why they get that upset. Cypherpunk, you're saying can't wait for the golf episode in season 2 of The Last of Us. Yeah, it's not going to be fun. Maybe it will be. I don't know. Off topic is the best MBG. They're not killing Joel. Oh no, they are. Levy H, they are. Yeah, 100%. Pedro Pascal is going to be out after probably episode 2, maybe even episode. You know what? Fuck it, episode 1. Pedro Pascal is going to be out after episode 1. I'm calling it now. If they flesh out the story, it might not be as controversial. I mean, they could, but I don't think they're doing that. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there are going to be the flashbacks. So yeah, okay. Pedro Pascal will still. It's like they removed the flashbacks. Could you imagine that? You think they'll end season 2 with killing Joel? I mean, there's a bunch of different ways they could do it, but there was a trailer, or at least a first look at The Last of Us season 2. I think HBO recently showed it off, and I saw it, and yeah, it's. I mean, it based off of what I saw, it looks like they're essentially following the second game to a T. It looks like they're going to follow it very closely. So Joel was dead this whole time. 6 cents. You know what? You know what was crazy? I'll never forget. Do you guys remember the very first trailer we saw for The Last of Us Part 2? And how, like, it's kind of funny in a way because Naughty Dog kind of told us, like, from the first moment they showed the second game, like, they kind of told us, like, yeah, oh, what's that? You're questioning, is that Ghost Joel? Is Joel really there? Is Ellie just imagining him? And like people were already like figuring that out just based on the first trailer. And like looking back at it, it's like, oh wow, yeah, they really were doing that. But what's so crazy to me is like, I don't know. I know it's such a freaking like played out twist at this point, but it really would have been fascinating if they went down the road of Joel's with you, but like eventually it's revealed that he was actually not there the whole time. Dun dun dun. He was dead. Like I don't know. I'm like thinking like imagine if the story was told in like because if I'm not mistaken, didn't they tried to like really confuse everybody with the marketing of The Last of Us Part 2 where it's like they made you think that Dina got killed or something like that. So it makes me wonder if there would have been like they could have maybe went down the route of like, you know, Ellie immediately starts going on like this, like you're put into the game where Ellie is beginning to hunt down people, like a certain group, and she's stopping at like nothing, and Joel's with you, and you know they kind of give you this context of like, you know, through her talking to Joel as you're moving through the areas of like, you start to piece together why Ellie is chasing these people down and killing them. And it's because they killed Dina. And then like maybe the big twist in the middle of the game or some shit would have been like, I don't know, just some major point where you're in this compound and it, you know, turns out Dina isn't actually dead. She's just a prisoner. And as that happens, you also learn that Joel was never really there to begin with. And he was already dead. Like, imagine how fucking mind-blowing that would have been. And then for the second half of the game, you basically play with it's Ellie and Dina, and you, I don't know, like you rescue her. I don't know. I'm just throwing shit out there. Fanfic, you know? My Last of Us 2 fan fiction. But then, like, as you play through the second half of the game, there would have been flashbacks. Like, as you're trying to, like, survive with Dina and rescue her or whatever, or get back to Jackson. During that time, you're also having flashbacks what led to Joel's death or some shit. I don't know. That sounds like it would be fucking cool. Man. I can't wait till AI is so good I could just have AI make my own version of The Last of Us Part 2. You do the same with Game of Thrones Season 8. And that's why they won't do it. I mean, I'm sure I'm just like throwing shit out there. I'm sure that if I were to think about it harder, there'd be like multiple reasons why it's like, I don't know if that would work as well as you think. Because I'm just thinking, like, how cool would it be if I just wonder how cool that would be. You know what? Honestly, I almost wonder if they were going to go in that direction, because there were 2 times that Naughty Dog straight up like bamboozled the fans, where the first was with the first trailer where it's like, Ghost Joel. She's talking to Ghost Joel, bro. But they never like said he's a ghost. They're just like, we're not telling you. But then there was a second trailer later on where, you know, Joel is like, you really thought I'd let you do this alone. And it turns out that, like, no, it wasn't Joel. Psych. It was, what's his name? Why can't I remember his name? The other guy. Not Joel's brother. Not Tommy. No, Jesse. There we go. Yeah, it was Jesse. So, no, not Tommy. Yeah, if you remember, I don't know if you guys remember this. You go back and look. There was that trailer that Sony showed off in a I think it was not a September. It was a state of play at some point before The Last of Us Part 2 came out. And in that trailer, it kind of ended with, you know, somebody coming up behind Ellie and covering her mouth. And she turns around and they show Joel and he's like, you didn't think I'd let you do this on your own, kiddo, or something like that. That was fucked up, dude. Like, I don't know why Naughty Dog would do that. It would have been cooler if they did that and it's like, he is dead, but she's imagining him. That would have been better. I don't care what anybody says. That would have been better. Yeah, they replaced the model. That was crazy. I still can't believe they did that. The Last of Us 3 will feature Ghost Joel identifying himself as an alive being. He's not dead, bro. Carlos, I like it. That's why I love you guys, man. Like, who comes up with that? That's like the most insane thing I'll read all week. Probably not all week. But right now, it's the most insane thing I've read. My pronouns are still alive. Oh my God. So The Sixth Sense, but The Last of Us. Look, I know. That's why I'm saying I understand. I understand why Naughty Dog wouldn't do that. But I don't know. Just from a fan perspective, I just can't help. I mean, yeah, that maybe would have. I will admit that my whole story that I just came up with there about this is what they should have done for The Last of Us 2. I understand that maybe it strays a little bit too far away from like the core of what The Last of Us is supposed to be, but it still sounds better to me. Just being honest. Not because I came up with it, but just because honestly anything sounds better. That's just me. But yeah, it was a good movie, by the way. Why haven't we seen a new IP from Naughty Dog and Santa Monica? I feel like they've both been talking about them for so long. And Michael Wernick is not stopping today, guys. Dan, you're saying it didn't sound better? That's cool. Yeah, I'm sure some people are like, wow, that's atrocious, bro. Michael Wernick is still doing heavy lifting today for the community, dropping some single membership gifts. He drops 2 more. He drops 3 more. He gets us up to a solid 80 members on the day. Look at this, Michael, bro. Thank you so much. Absolutely massive support from Michael Wernick today and other individuals as well. But damn, Michael. Hit that like button, guys. Terrence says Crackdown 3 stream on the way. Yeah, I don't know. It's how funny would it be if I am playing Crackdown 3 at the end of this week? It's like, guys, this game's actually kind of good. But Michael, thank you for getting us up to 80. So guys, we are 20 members away from hitting 100, which is crazy to think. So big day today. Michael Wernick is setting you up for a 20 bomb. Ooh. And he drops a $2 super chat and he says 350 of you and the likes are at 212. Pathetic. You guys are making Michael angry. If not angry, just very disappointed. Michael demands more likes. Yeah, guys, hit the like button. We're at 222 now, so appreciate that. Let's see if we can bump that up to 250. I think we could do it. Carlos says Michael has given like 55 memberships. Yeah, bro, I very much appreciate it. Rich Rod, I swear to God, bro. Rich Rod, I'm going to ban you from direct donations. You're going to be the first person banned from direct donations. Bro, I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that, man. I'm going to be real with you right now, bro. I'm not reading that. You're trying to start shit, Rich Rod. You're trying to start shit with people that I'm not trying to start shit with. I'm not reading it, bro. All right. Here's it came up on screen. So part 3. Astro Cyborg, I know you're watching since all you do is clip MBG and Reforge. MB Gangsta, stand up. You're really helping me out here. You're really helping me out, Rich. Clip this, you butterscotch. Bro, you called him a butterscotch? Holy shit. A fucking butterscotch? What does that even mean? What I'm not even kidding. What does that even mean? A fucking butterscotch, dude. He called that mofo a butterscotch. I don't even know how you respond to that. If somebody called me a butterscotch, I would be so caught off guard. I'd be like, what? What are you, 90? He says, brush your teeth once a week, bacteria teeth, sucka. Before you clip MBG again, catch me outside. How about that? Dude, I gotta admit, that shit's pretty funny. There ain't no way. Butterscotch. Dude, I'm gonna start calling people that again. Butterscotch insult meaning. Wait. Oh my God. What? Okay, hold on. Rich Rod, did you mean... I'm looking at an Urban Dictionary definition of butterscotch, and I don't think this is what you meant. Because it's pretty, I don't think I can read it. Oh man. What's your favorite Appalachian insult? When my mom was upset, someone says they can smoke a cat turd in hell. Okay, dude, all right. We're going down a rabbit hole now. Yeah, that's true, Michael. That's true. Pragmatic Hat, you're saying get out of here. Potato Squad, MB Gangstas rise up. You guys are really going with this MB Gangsta thing, huh? I don't know, man. You have AI in chat? Oh, I don't know. There could be an AI in the chat. We're going off the rails again. Dude, that's wild, bro. Butterscotch. Butterscotch gang. Where you at? Yeah, there you go. Read Gavin House's read what Gavin House just put in the chat. That's apparently the Urban Dictionary definition of butterscotch. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad, dude. That's interesting. Yes, that's very interesting, bro. Very interesting definition you have there of butterscotch. Muscle butterscotch gang. Yo, hold on. I'm not the butterscotch here. At least I don't think I am. We should move back to gaming news. Yeah, we probably should. Rich Rod will not stop promoting gang violence, though. You know? I'm glad somebody's entertained. Jay Shako said he's dying right now. Yeah. No, but yeah, I mean, there are probably still clips going around. And yeah, if there's something I've noticed is there's definitely a group of haters on Twitter that, like, I mean, I guess you can hate, you can, but listen, here's the truth though. You ready? Anytime somebody clips me, okay? Anytime, let's put it this way. Anytime another person walking this planet decides I'm going to clip MBG, regardless of what their intent is, right? Like, okay, if it's bad, it's usually bad. We're going to laugh at MBG. We're going to shit on MBG. We're going to laugh at his bad take. It's like, just remember one thing. You are putting me at the center. You need me to get that attention. You need me to get people to show up for whatever you're doing. Don't forget that. And if you're not clipping me, then you don't. You've proven you don't need me for jack shit. You can make it your own way. Congratulations. But and it's not just for me. If you need to clip other people and react to what other people are saying and doing, it just reveals that you are too weak to do your own shit. It's true. Like, you're too unoriginal. You're too uninteresting. You need other people to keep it entertaining for you. Just remember that. It's the truth. I'm not saying you have to listen. That's fine. You can go about that, but it's just important to keep that in mind when we're seeing people do that stuff. But all right, I don't know where we go from there though. Absolutely butterscotch that guy. Jesus. You better flip that hat backwards so it can become a do-rag. It's funny, anytime I do put this hat on backwards, people do think it's a do-rag, which is quite funny. All right, let me check out what the chat's. Wow, I mean, you guys are really still going on about the butterscotch, huh? Titus Crow. Titus Crow's learning about the process of making a butterscotch. Okay, that's funny. My dad was a real hero. He made a living in clipping people out of context. Gaming Survivor, your father sounds like an honorable man. Bro, you know those haters wouldn't say stuff to your face. Well, I mean, yeah, none of it's really that serious. Like, there are some people who take shit a little bit too far, and I've seen that, and I don't understand. It's like, guys, come on, we're fucking talking about video games here, you know? His father fought in the clipping wars. Oh my god, that sounds so cursed. My god, like, that really sounds like it's going to be a thing eventually. I mean, we're almost there, right? Like, we're almost there. Like, imagine, I'm going to start clipping shit now. I'm going to get involved. I'm going to start clipping shit. All right. We probably should get back to gaming, though. I don't even know what the hell we're talking about at this point. Rich Rod, no more. No more. You hear? Rich Rod, I'm giving you a flat out warning right now, though. No more chaos, okay? No more direct tips. Rich Rod, I know you're trying to cheat the system here, okay? I've had enough of the gang violence. Is Luna napping? Yeah, she's obsessed with my chair on the other side of the room. She loves it. She blends in. She's like totally camoed on it too. It's an all black chair. So every time she's on it, like I don't even notice unless I look closely. All right. Back to gaming, guys. So, in conclusion, I don't even know. I don't even know how to conclude that. Like, did we? I think we already concluded the topic a while ago. Bro, what even happened in the last 10 minutes? Yeah, I don't know. Somebody start talking about a gaming topic, and we'll take it from there. My mind is run blank. I've been talking for too long now. Somebody's got to. Surely somebody can think of something. MBG's not a New Yorker. He's too nice. When is Phantom Blade Zero dropping? Apparently 2026. William wants me to dream again. William says, think of every game that could be revealed at the next showcase. List them. Well, I'm not going to list all of them. I could actually save that for an entire dedicated stream. The Outlaws controversy? You talking about Star Wars Outlaws? Is there more controversy? I haven't been paying much attention to Star Wars Outlaws. But, William, what I will say is Sony could show quite a bit at whatever the next showcase. Whenever they do another showcase, I mean, they'll have to do one at some point. They could show quite a bit. I do wonder how aggressive they'll be. Like, are they ready to start really showing off a lot, or are they going to be more conservative still? And you're saying I need to make room for Black Ops. You know, we did talk about Call of Duty earlier. Did you see that, like, this game leaked out? Not just in its entirety where, like, people can actually download a certain client and play it early, but, like, all the cutscenes leaked out and everything. And apparently the reason why this happened is because of Call of Duty HQ, which is their horrific, like, unified game menu where it's like 4 games in one or 5 games in one. And it makes me wonder, people were wondering if they're going to, like, undo this now because it led to this major leak. Have you seen the game reveal for Hunger yet? supposed to be a hunt showdown style game in medieval times. I haven't seen this. No. Dude, there's so many games being made and announced and revealed these days. I can't even keep up. I can't even keep up, dude. That sounds interesting, though. I thought, yeah, I saw that Hunt Showdown was getting like re-released or something. Did I ever finish that banana game? No, I never even started it, bro. The controversies that Ubisoft bribed people to say Outlaws is a good game. Oh, shit. That's pretty bad. I did see the new Space Marine 2 gameplay. God, that game looks insanely good. It looks really fun. Yeah, so 11 more likes, by the way, and we hit 250. I saw somebody mention that in the chat. What do you hope for the next Resident Evil game? Oh, yeah, I haven't thought about that in a little bit. There were rumors circulating a couple months ago about Resident Evil 9, but God, I have high hopes for it, man. I hope it's very different from 7 and 8, and I hope it goes closer to like 4, honestly, like a hybrid of like 2 and 4, if possible. William says, MBG, how much money do I have to super chat for you to start playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth again today? Oh, shit. Oof. I don't know, man. I don't know, William. I'm like about to ask, how much are you willing to pay? You throw a number out there, I'll tell you if it's enough. Because I haven't played Rebirth since February. I fell off of it. And I do eventually want to complete it. I think what really made it easy for me to fall off of it is it felt daunting, man. Like I was like, oh my God, I'm only like halfway through this game. Meanwhile, there's like all these games coming out that I want to play, and I was just like, all right, I'll finish it. And then I just kind of fell off of it, and then it happens, you know? But yeah, I don't know, William. I got to leave that up to you, cause like you throw a number out there. You type a number in the chat, and I'll tell you. We'll see how motivated I can get, because like I wasn't planning on playing that now, and I wasn't planning on going back to it yet and completing it yet. William, you're saying, wait, MBG stopped playing Rebirth. Why? Well, basically, I got halfway through the game, and when I think it basically, Helldivers 2 was coming out, Rise of the Ronin was coming out, and yeah, I don't know. I put it down for a little bit. I started playing other games, and then it just started fading. What are my thoughts on Stray? Oh, dude, Stray. So Stray, I did play, and I beat it was a really short game, like 5 hours, 6 hours. Incredible game, dude. Yeah, I don't know. I am tempted to wait and see if they do. Like, I wonder if that will be a game that will get enhanced for the Pro, because if it is, I don't know. I might just wait to see if that's the case. Get a better performance mode. But Stray was awesome. Really can't recommend that game enough. Very impressive. Like, for an indie game, I don't normally play games like that, but Stray really. I just bought it physically, and I just dived. I'm like, look, I'm just gonna dive into it. Maybe I'll like it, maybe I won't. And I was shocked, man. I'm like, dude, this is so good. And it's not even just the gameplay of it, like the story that they were telling, the commentary on humanity. I'm like, this is awesome. But yeah, that happens to me sometimes. It's kind of rare, but there definitely are times where I get into games and then I just stop playing them. You know, it's not like a conscientious decision. It's just I move on without even really thinking about it. And before I know it, it's like, oh, months have went by and I didn't beat that game. What happened? You're saying right now is the best time to play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth before the games drop later this year? Yeah. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. But I don't know, man. Everything always creeps up on me. That's another thing. Like, it always feels like, oh, I got so much time to finish off some games that I didn't finish. It's like right now, for example, like, oh, I got time. It's like, but do you, like, Black Myth Wukong drops in 9 days. Those 9 days are going to be gone before I know it. No, I never played Hades. I heard it's really good, though. I'm wondering if, yeah, like I said, I'm wondering if Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is going to get a pro patch or not. Because it seems like a game that's prime for something like that, but I don't know. It seems like the relationship between Square and Square Enix and Sony. Whoa. Damn you, William. What did you do? William, you can't be. Wait, what? Hold on. What's going on here? I think William's accidentally causing some chaos in the chat. There is no showcase. Astrobot is releasing September. William, you're saying you were clicking super chat and clicked the person's name and it messed up typing on my phone. Big thumbs. Okay. Damn. It was Michael Wernick too, bro. Michael Wernick got caught in the crossfire accidentally. Shit. Michael, I need to know you're still here though, bro. It's good now, right? So any dynamic resolution game will just hit its highest resolution. Michael says, no, I died. Shit. How could we let this happen? My God, Gaming Survivor. Gaming Survivor just knows how to make me uncomfortable, like, at all times. Oh, man. I can be risen with $10 donations or one $20 donation. Man, that's not too bad. No big game launch with the PS5 Pro. How will Sony make it work? Hold on, I gotta let Leia in. Leia decided she wanted to join the fray. Come on. You want some? You coming? Whatever. Well, I don't know, man. When it comes to the idea of there not being a big, like, holiday launch or like a big game launch with the PS5 Pro, I'm telling you right now, it doesn't matter as much as you think, but only under one condition. If Sony shows, I firmly believe that when Sony announces the Pro, they have to show a couple of new games on it. I firmly believe that. I don't think it's going to go down well if they roll out a Pro and they're like, here's Spider-Man 2 and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and I don't know. I'm trying to think of another game that they could realistically like show off on it. Enhanced. Here's I don't know, Ratchet and Clank. Maybe just games that have already. They're going to show games running on it that have already released. Like they're absolutely going to do that. Wow, Luna's growing fast. Yeah, and the color of her fur changed too. Horizon Forbidden West remastered. Yeah, see, like they're gonna need to do more than that, I firmly believe. But it doesn't have to be immediate. You know what I'm saying? Like, announce the Pro, show off a certain amount of games that have already released that are going to be enhanced, but you also have to show new upcoming games running on the Pro. And I think that if they do that, people will be okay with like, oh, if I buy a Pro now, I'm not going to be able to play Death Stranding 2 on it right now or Wolverine on it right now. But, I know that they're going to be coming, and I know that they're going to be PS5 Pro enhanced. Or, something like Ghost of Tsushima 2. I don't know. This is the big question. Like right now, PlayStation is damn near an enigma, truthfully, where it's like, I really don't know what their plan is for getting people excited for the Pro. Sony could have a very conservative approach with the PS5 Pro. Sony could have this approach where they're like, we're not really trying to sell millions upon millions of units with the Pro because it's going to be a lower volume machine. So therefore we're okay having a softer launch. But I don't know. There's too many, everything's kind of lining up, I think. The PS5 Pro is coming. Fans have been eager for a PlayStation showcase. Sony has been lacking in terms of first-party announcements and communication from their first-party studios. So when you put all these things together, it's like one of two things, man. Like either Sony's going to hit the ground running in September and are like, here we go, or they're going to save it for next year. And personally, I hope they're not saving it for next year, because I think it's kind of overdue at this point. But I'm kind of, honestly, at this point, I'm kind of prepared for anything. If Sony wants to have an extremely conservative approach to the PS5 Pro and a soft launch, I'm prepared for it. If they want to go all in and really try to hype it up and try to show a bunch of new games to get people excited, absolutely, I'm all in. But I'm ready for anything. It's a luxury item for diehard audiences who will buy something like that. Sony quit counting PS4 Pro sales in 2022 at 22 million. Well, it definitely proves that there's an audience. 22 million PS4 Pro sales is pretty good, I would say. William, you're saying, MBG, what would you think if the PlayStation 6 came with an immersion machine like 4DX theaters have, where it shoots air and sprays water and fog and smells to go along with what's happening in the game? I'll be honest with you, William, like I feel like that would be taking it too far. It'd be like, it would feel too gimmicky. I mean, the concept itself is interesting. Like, how do we make the next layer of immersion possible on console gaming? But I feel like, I don't know, man. I feel like something like that is a bit too extreme. It runs the risk of like, Capono says MBG's house would be a mess. I mean, it kind of would be, I got to refill the water tank in my controller, my DualSense 2. I think they have to think of something else. The haptic feedback would be in the gloves. Well, again, I played Astro's Playroom again recently, and I kind of forgot how insane the DualSense is with yeah, like how well Team Asobi did, just really utilizing the shit out of the DualSense. Like I'm like, man, kind of forgot how like crazy things can get with that controller when it's taken advantage of in that way. I don't want to smell Blighttown. I want to smell Blighttown, bro. Michael, you're saying, all right, I'm off to play Rocket League. Have a good evening, everyone. Well, Michael, dude, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you not only stopping by, hanging out, and watching, but thank you so much for all the support you dropped for the community today. You made, I mean, dude, you are right now the biggest contributor member-wise towards the weekly goal. So very much appreciate it. And I hope to see you later on throughout the week with other streams, hopefully. It would be way too expensive, you think, William? Yeah, that would be. Did I get the Astrobot controller? I did. Have I played Shadow of the Erdtree? I actually haven't. No, when Shadow of the Erdtree dropped, I decided to just go back and platinum Elden Ring, and then by the time I finished platinuming it, I'm like, you know what? I'm good for now. So if I play Shadow of the Erdtree, it's going to happen at a later time. I basically got my fill of Elden Ring, platinuming it. But I'm glad. I really wanted to get that platinum trophy. I'm shocked I went back and did it. I didn't think I would. Don't say you can't say I don't go back to games though, you know? Capono, you think it's too difficult for me? It could be. I don't know. Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. Will Cyberpunk 2077 get a PS5 Pro enhancement? Thank you for that, Crooked Vulture. Hey, ABG, is it true Rockstar reaffirmed GTA 6 release for fall 2025? Yes, it is true. They reaffirmed that it's targeting a fall 2026 release. Or sorry, fall 2025. Not 26, 25. My bad. Hold on one sec. Titus, you're saying, nah, MBG showed some chops. I was doubtful he had on Elden Ring. I reckon he's okay on the expansion. I think I could definitely play it, and I think I could complete it. I just got to be in the right frame of mind, you know. Right now, I'm mainly focused on Black Myth Wukong because I'm not sure how difficult that game's going to be. It could prove to be extremely difficult, and I'm kind of curious. Yeah, there is also the fact that at this point in time, if I do want to play the Elden Ring DLC, I have to do so on New Game Plus, which is going to make things more difficult. Fred, you're saying, MBG, apparently some people have found code hidden in No Man's Sky for PlayStation Trinity already in the game files. So the No Man's Sky team may have a patch for the Pro ready. Yeah, I saw that. I did cover that. And yeah, the most interesting thing about that specifically is whether or not it's just the beginning. Because one of the things that people notice with that PS5 Pro No Man's Sky code is that it seems to be lacking a lot of like meaningful improvements. Like, don't get me wrong, the resolution was bumped up by like 77%, which is pretty significant. Like that's almost a you know, not exactly, but you know, pretty close to 100% resolution boost there. It's over 3/4 of the way there. So there's that. They said that in the code, I believe it said the water, the quality of the water in the game is greatly improved, which, I mean, I don't know how big of a deal that is, but other than that, there wasn't much else. And so it kind of made people question, like, are they still working on it? Is that why? Because I will say, like, if it's just purely a resolution boost, I don't know how much that would mean to people. You think a resolution boost only makes sense with the specs we're hearing about? Yeah, we're talking about No Man's Sky, the code for the PS5 Pro enhancement that was discovered, apparently. You think I should play No Man's Sky with VR2? Yeah, maybe one day that's a game I'll check out with VR2. Hold on. Come on. Leia's acting like she wants to jump up. I'm trying to figure out if she's going to or not. Come on. You coming? Come on. All right, I guess not. Let me see if Leia wants some treats. It's not too often I get the opportunity to give Leia some treats. Let's see if she responds. Oh, wait. Is she going to go for it? She's doing it. Wait. Maybe not. She looks like she's not sure. Like, do I want these treats? Oh, there she goes. I think she likes the taste of the treats. I don't think she likes the texture of them. I think they're a little, maybe too hard for her liking. Because she acts weird when she tries to eat them. Already done? I think she's already done. Did we talk about Marathon yet? No, we're not going to talk about Marathon yet because I think I'm going to save Marathon for a conversation tomorrow. Depending, unless there's like another major topic that comes out between now and tomorrow, I think I'm going to save it for tomorrow's topic. Yeah, it's true, Capono. She is shy. MBG, do your cats seem to love a certain flavor of canned food? So you go buy a lot of it, and all of a sudden they refuse to eat it. Not necessarily. No, my cats seem to be okay with any kind of canned food I get them. They don't seem to be too picky. I will say though, something I have noticed is Luna's still getting kitten food, so she gets kitten-based canned food. Oh, she's growling. Leia, what are you doing? Holy shit, that's a scary growl. She's like, she's growling at Luna. Leia, hey, you be nice. Let me see if we can. I can't move the camera any further to show you, but she's still over here. She's growling at Luna. But no, that both the cats, Boss and Leia, they seem to be gravitating towards Luna's kitten food, the canned kitten food. They really like it, and I have to keep like shooing them away. Like, guys, that's for kittens. That's for Luna. It's not for you guys. You guys have your own food. Hey. Oh my God, I wish you guys could see this. Leia, be nice. It's so weird to me. You're saying they haven't accepted her yet? Like, it seems like they have. It seems like they've accepted Luna, but they like if Luna gets like really, really, really close to them, like right in their face or next to them, they still seem to get a little bit, you know, territorial. The funniest shit I've noticed though is at night now, Luna likes to fuck with Boss. She likes to like constantly hunt him, and he starts to get annoyed, and he starts doing this kind of like really, it sounds so funny because it sounds so whiny, like this really whiny like growl slash meow, like basically I guess trying to warn her or tell her to stop, where he's like he just, it's so funny, dude. It's like, Boss, come on, bro, like you're not coming off very alpha right now. But I don't know, cats are funny. Boss is a big baby. I think he kind of is, yeah. I'll be honest. It's cool though. It's fine, you know? I accept him. We accept him. Titus, you're saying path tracing is pretty amazing when you see it actually on screen, not downsampled, etc. Seeing it on Cyberpunk with the new PC was a moment. I don't think I've seen like path tracing in front of my own, you know, front of my eyes on a screen in front of me, like natively. Capono, you're saying it's your fault, Boss is thick. Hey, that's why he's not here today, man. I'm giving him a break. Giving it, you know, gonna be giving him less treats. Try to give some more treats to Luna and Leia. Let Boss take a little break. Yeah, I don't think path tracing is going to be possible on the Pro. I think path tracing is something that might be reserved potentially for the PlayStation 6. Rich Rod, I can only thank you for not sending in a donation with that. It's weird. I didn't think I'd ever thank somebody for not sending a donation, but, you know. Rich Rod, you understand. What is this? Sorry, I'm just navigating something here. Lunatic Ignis, an insider who's been talking about Black Myth Wukong, says, like Tom Henderson said, the review copies of Black Myth Wukong are out, but only for PC. However, don't panic. As I stated before, the game runs at 2K 60 FPS or 1440p 60 FPS and 4K 30 FPS on PS5. The developers also have a plan for native 4K 60 FPS, even if it's almost impossible. PS5 codes close to launch. Yo, is he hinting at a PS5 Pro update for Black Myth Wukong? Native 4K 60 FPS in Unreal Engine 5? Okay, I'll believe it when I see it, man. MBG, what is your dream day one launch game for PS6? It can't be Fizzant. Bloodborne Remake. William's like, damn it. No, no, it's not Bloodborne Remake. My dream day one PlayStation 6 launch. Gosh, that's a tough one. Maybe Housemarque's new IP. Sony Santa Monica's new IP, maybe. Something along those lines. I think that would SOCOM PS6, baby. Yeah, I don't know. There's if I really thought about it, there's a lot. There's a long list of games. A lot of games would suffice. A lot of games would do. Both of those are PS5 games. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think then which games would be dedicated PlayStation 6 games right now that are in development. I mean, dedicated. Have I beat Dark Souls 3? Yes, Matt York, I have. I beat all the Dark Souls games. I love Dark Souls 3. Honestly, I want a proper Dark Souls 4. I'm not going to lie. I do want a proper Dark Souls 4. Dream returning IP. It's also a tough one, man. I don't know. Like, I think about SOCOM. You want Ape Escape? Parappa the Rapper. Yeah, I don't think that's ever gonna happen. William, you're saying yours would be Legend of Dragoon remake for PS6 day one launch game. Oh yeah, that would kill, dude. People would lose it for that. That'd be pretty crazy. Bloodborne remake for PS6 launch could be more realistic than you think. Oh, I know, Crooked Vulture. I'm telling you, I'm certain Bloodborne remake is going to be ready for the launch of the PlayStation 6, and it's not going to be cross-gen. Bloodborne remake is going to play the role that Demon Souls played for the PS5. You watch. It's going to be that PS6 exclusive, unbelievable graphic. I mean, just imagine that though, right? Like, for as shitty as it is that we still haven't gotten a, proper Bloodborne remaster remake. Imagine it on the PlayStation 6, dude. Like, imagine how insanely good that's going to look. I mean, that's going to like melt people's faces. That sounds awesome. Likely for PC too. I don't know, man. I think this is where Sony will try to get. Sony's not stupid, dude. They know how much people want Bloodborne. I think what they're going to do is it's going to be staggered. I think they're going to leverage Bloodborne remake to convince people to buy a PlayStation 6. It's like, we know you've been wanting this for a long time, so buy a PlayStation 6. You hear? You understand? You want this? PS6. That's how it's going to be. But after like a year and a half or 2 years, I think they might bring it to PC as well. And they'll be like, okay, now we'll bring it to PC and kill sales over there. Sony's also aware, dude, a lot of people will double dip Bloodborne. That's the reality, man. Dude, the way people have been acting, God knows what they would do for Bloodborne remake. Sony's well aware. So they're like, listen, we're going to get you to buy a PS6 to play it. And for you PC players, we're going to hope you buy a PS6 to play it. If you don't, that's fine. You can wait for it. But we know there's going to be some motherfuckers out there that are going to buy a PS6 to play it. And when it's announced on PC, you're going to double dip. Sony knows this. This is probably why they rethought their approach with Bloodborne remake this generation. I do wonder who will do it, though. Who do you think would do the remake? Bloodborne Remaster will either be a PS5 Pro launch day game or a PS6 launch game remake. I think it's PS6 launch game remake. Truthfully, I think that makes the most sense. Yo, is Concord going to be PS5 enhanced? PS5 Pro enhanced? I don't know why I just thought of that. Wait, is Astrobot going to be PS5 Pro enhanced? Yeah, you would think it would be. You would think so. You think The Last of Us 3 is going to be a PS6 launch? Oh, I don't know about that. Did you guys see that recently? I saw that there was like no reporting on this. Let me see if I can bring it up. Hold on, Jason Schreier. Last of Us Online. Hold on, I'm trying to. So Jason Schreier recently, he didn't reveal much, but yeah, here we go. Some heads rolling at Sony as a result of The Last of Us Online was more than a side project for Naughty Dog, as new details revealed. I'm surprised like people aren't. I guess maybe it's not necessarily the newest information, but it's worth going over here. It says The Last of Us Online was a highly anticipated endeavor taken up by the Naughty Dog studio. The game, however, could not materialize and had to be shut down permanently. Some new factions. What? Hold on, let me. So it says it has recently come to light that The Last of Us Online was more than a side project for Naughty Dog, where hundreds of people or developers were involved over a period of 4 years. which started sometime during the making of The Last of Us Part 2. So the new information here, and this comes from Jason Schreier. The new information that's a little bit surprising is, oh my God, this fucking website, is the fact that hundreds of developers were involved. So here are the bullet points. Naughty Dog's Last of Us Online / Factions 2 was in development for 4 years with a team in the hundreds, was a very expensive project, and the cancellation made some heads roll at Sony as a result. Dude, I'm telling you, like, there's, at some point we're going to get more details on what happened here, but that's, yeah, I mean, again, it's not the most shocking because I think we knew a lot of this, but it does sound to me like the new piece of information that we might be learning from Jason Schreier here is that this game really was a big one. Like, this was a major AAA project that Naughty Dog spent 4 years on that they just completely scrapped. And when you hear that, like, no, I know, I'm over it, Dan. I'm just saying it's interesting. It's like when they say heads, heads were rolling at Sony. Read 'em and weep. Yeah, Jim and Connie's head. I think so. Yeah, I think so. Bro, 4 years with hundreds of devs, that's huge. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. It's it really makes me question when we're gonna see Naughty Dog's game. Because, like, the way Jason Schreier frames it, it really starts to make it seem like we're not seeing Naughty Dog this gen, dude. Yeah, it really starts to make me think. You're saying if that's true, then we should be thankful. Yeah, I firmly believe that Sony has made a hard pivot away from live service. I do. I really think that. I don't think they've. It's not that they're like completely done with live service. I just think that they're going to see their investments through. Concord's coming out. Fair Games is going to come out. Bungie, they're still going to try to release their, Marathon's going to come out. Future Bungie, maybe that one other future Bungie game is going to come out. And outside of that, dude, like, I just don't know that Sony is really like, yeah, we're going to really go all live service now. I don't know. It really seems like Jim Ryan, his biggest mistake, and it's a lot of people were pointing this out about Jim Ryan, but as more time goes, as more time passes and we learn a little bit more about these, we now know what Concord is. We now are getting more information about what The Last of Us multiplayer was supposed to be. We learned about the cancellation of Insomniac's Spider-Man GTA game, right? It really does seem like the people who had the mentality that Jim Ryan is making a big mistake, not because he wants to pursue live service, but because he's doing too much at once. The shotgun approach that he's taking is a huge mistake. I think that's proven to be true. I think the people who had that, and I'm not one of those people, I'll be honest. Like, I actually had a lot, for some reason, I don't know, I had a lot more faith that it was going to work out better. But the people who were like, no, dude, Jim's making a huge mistake here. I think they were proven to be right. I think that's kind of obvious now. So we were saying it last year, RBG, you remember, if you remember. Yeah, I do. You're saying they won't stop making live service. They will always keep trying. I do agree with that. Sony can't not make any live service at this point. It's 2024, especially after Helldivers 2, at least sales-wise. Like, Helldivers 2, at the very least, this is something that I think people are not paying enough attention to with Helldivers 2. Because there's like a lot of conversation that this game is going to die or it is dead. The community in Helldivers 2 seems to be imploding, and the devs are not helping the situation, seemingly. I don't know. I'm not getting too involved with that because I'm not I don't consider myself like an avid Helldivers 2 player, but assuming that Helldivers 2 it doesn't really work out in the long run, and it's like they have minimal players going forward, and they just kind of keep it going with minimal players, and it's not this big live service success that they thought. It's also important to understand that, dude, Sony basically, well, Arrowhead and Sony proved, okay, we can still get insanely good sales with live service games, or what are supposed to be live service games. So, if you think about it, it's like Sony's probably really happy. Well, they are really happy with that, but that probably has a bigger impact on their bottom line thinking anyway. Because think about it, like, oh man, we went in too hard with live service, and we made too big of a bet, and too many projects canceled. But then again, Helldivers 2 at this point in time probably sold like 14 or 15 million copies. It's the best selling. I want to remind people, like, it's the fastest selling first party PlayStation game ever. Ever. So that alone, what it tells Sony is that, listen, if Helldivers 2, if we can't extract millions, hundreds of millions, tens of millions of dollars quarterly from this game because the player base dies out, what it at least proves is that if we make a really good dedicated like, dude, I just got to say this. I got to fucking say this. I know Dan told me a minute ago, you got to let it go, bro. But the more I'm thinking about this, I'm like, Sony, you could have just fucking shipped and sold The Last of Us Online for $40. You would have easily sold 10 million plus. Easy. Probably more than that. And listen, I get it. Naughty Dog, you don't want to be dedicated to live service? Then don't. Don't say it's a live service game. Just fucking say it's a multiplayer game. We'll support it for like a year. It can work. Like, I'm just saying, like, maybe Sony should wake the fuck up and realize that you don't, like, not everything has to be live service. You know what I mean? Like, it's okay. Like, you can have a plan in place for at least a year's worth of content. That's fine. And I get that that's like, well, that's 1 year less of development on another game. But all you're doing is you're developing a game. How is that any different than creating a DLC pack for a game? Like a big DLC for like $20. I don't think it's any different. You sell a single player game that you spent 4, 5, 6 years working on. You work on a big DLC. You sell it for about $15-$20 a year later. You still are working on another game, and then you move on. Why not take that approach with multiplayer? What if the investors are pushing them? Well, I think Sony has to push back a little bit. Sony has to, you have to keep in mind, for as much as the investors have control and influence, they don't have complete control and complete influence. At the end of the day, Sony is they're supposed to be the experts running the business. So it's like, I don't know, man. I just, if a game like Helldivers 2 can take off, hold on. Leia's getting angry. Hold on. I had to let her out. She was like getting really annoyed. If a game like Helldivers 2 can go on to sell 15 million units, become the fastest selling first party PlayStation game in its history, and then it dies a year later, it's still a massive success. Like, no matter what happens, that game is a success. That game could drop to 100 players monthly. Doesn't matter. That game made more money than it ever should have made through sales. This makes me think, dude, Sony, you should, I don't want to say, like, look, I know it sounds bad, like, but you should force Naughty Dog, wrap the game up. Like, just finish the last stretch of polishing that you needed. We're putting it in a $40 package, and we just want you to have a skeleton crew. If not a skeleton crew, just, we'll hire some new people if you need to. It's not going to happen. I don't even know why I'm saying this, but like, and just support it for a year. That's still a win. Like, that's a win for everyone involved. That's a win for the players who want that game. That's a win for Sony because it's going to sell well because it's The Last of Us. And it's going to be a win for Naughty Dog because 4 years of their fucking development time is not wasted for nothing. I know. I'm not saying The Last of Us Online would be the same type of success that The Last of Us multiplayer would be. I'm not saying it would sell 15 million in a short period of time. I'm not saying it would reach 450,000 concurrent players. But if it could do even half that, even a third of that, how is that bad? I just don't see it as bad. I just don't. I don't know, man. I'm very frustrated with the way things turned out. I'm not fully frustrated. Like, there's still many things I'm enjoying about PlayStation and looking forward to, but it's just so painful, man, to think like, man, yay, Concord, that game's going to get a fucking year of support. And it's probably going to sell less than 500,000 copies. What? It's hard for me not to be frustrated, man. Like, something is so fucked up about, like, that situation. It's like, how did, like, of all the different outcomes, this is the one? Rudy's like, here we go. No, I'm not here to shit on Concord. I'm not shitting on Concord. I promise you. I'm just saying, something seems so terribly wrong to me. Like, somebody made such a don't want to use the word cataclysmic. Somebody made such a poor decision where it's like, we're taking this baby to market with Concord. That's fine. Concord can be its own thing. I don't think it's going to succeed, but it's fine. I get it. Try it. See what happens. If it fails, it fails. But why is that allowed to get a chance? But a multiplayer game that's been in development for 4 fucking years by one of the most talented studios in the world doesn't? Like, I get it. It's not Sony's fault. Naughty Dog doesn't want to release it. Fuck that. Sony, come on. You got to convince them. You can't hold... I don't know. I'm like over 3.5 hours in the stream. I know. Naughty Dog made the decision. Respect it. I know. I just... There just has to be another way, man. Like, it's just difficult for me. Like, surely somebody at Naughty Dog's got to see, like, dude, you had something with the Last of Us Factions 1. Like, you had something. Not many developers can make a multiplayer gameplay loop that is that fun. You have it. You can't let it die. Like, you can't just say no. I mean, I guess you can, but it's like, why? Fuck, man. Just ship it as a game. You know what? I'm at a point where I'm like, fuck it, bro. Do the impossible. You can do it, Naughty Dog. You're Naughty Dog. Ship that game at $70 and say, fuck you, we're not supporting this multiplayer game. Do it. I'll buy it. I'll still play it, bro. Don't support it. Just ship it. It's a $70 multiplayer game. All the content you're ever going to get is in that fucking package on that disc. And we're out. Peace. You know, maybe we'll just like throw in a couple patches if something's broken or imbalanced. But that's it. We're out. I'll buy it. I'll play it. Please. Yeah, dude. That's what we got with Ghost of Tsushima Legends. I played it. I mean, I got it for free because I bought Ghost of Tsushima, but like, I played it. I don't know. I just have to say, like, the mismanagement of Naughty Dog this generation might be the singular most frustrating thing I've witnessed in my time following PlayStation. It's just hard for me to believe that this is the outcome. The outcome is, guys, that game you've been waiting for 4 years doesn't exist anymore. We're sorry. We're moving on to the next stuff. I mean, that is like the biggest bra moment of like The Last of Us Part 2 for me was already devastating enough. All right. Where it's like, all right, you know what? It's cool. Wasn't for me story wise, but I'm still, come on, guys. Like, I'm still rooting for you. And then it's like, yeah, it ain't happening. It's just crazy. Like, I just don't, simply put, the mismanagement of Naughty Dog might be one of Sony's biggest, like, the mismanagement of Naughty Dog during the PS5 generation might be one of Sony's, in fact, I will say it is one of Sony's biggest blunders in the history of PlayStation. No doubt about it. Some people might think that's dramatic. I don't think it is. You're talking about your, like, what a lot of people consider your absolute best studio, or one of your best by far, one of the best studios in the world, and you just dropped it, man. You just fucking dropped the ball for half a generation, quite possibly the whole generation. I don't know. You don't think some of you don't agree? You think maybe I'm being too harsh? All right, let me put it to you this way. If we don't get a new single-player game from Naughty Dog before the PlayStation 6 launches, then I think you would have to agree with me, right? If we go a whole generation without a Naughty Dog game, a new Naughty Dog game, surely you'd have to agree that has to be one of the biggest blunders that Sony made through a console generation. MBG's too mean. Someone write this down. They had at least 4 games during the PS3. I mean, I know game dev has changed and games take longer, but that's crazy. 4 games versus 0 games. Yeah. Well, a question that I would like answered. To be honest, I would like Naughty Dog to talk a little bit more about this. I'll be honest with you. I think it's a little bit kind of bullshit. I'll be real. Maybe they're not allowed to. Maybe they'd like to, but Sony won't let them. But I think it's kind of a little bit bullshit that it's like, dude, you strung players along for like nearly half a decade here. Can you at least fucking give us a little bit more of an explanation? Like something? Anything? I don't know. I don't mean to sound entitled that way, but it's just like, I just feel like if they gave a little bit more of an explanation and a little bit more detail, maybe it would be easier to be like, okay, I get it. But it just feels like shit ain't working. We're done. We're never talking about it again. Deal with it. We'll see you whenever the fuck our game's ready. It's like, oh, wait, what? What the fuck just happened? I want closure. I mean, I will say maybe that would help because they never really said that they'll never, like, they didn't make some kind of declaration, and I guess it would be unrealistic. It just doesn't make business sense. Like, they didn't come out saying we're never doing anything with it again. It's over. It's done. Remember that video with Bungie telling Naughty Dog they were giving too much to players? Yeah, I remember watching that Bungie video where it was like they were talking about how to create a successful live service game. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm ready to see the next chapter of PlayStation because it's clear that the last like 9 months have been a slow closure of a chapter of PlayStation. Maybe the closure, the full closure of the Jim Ryan era, and I'm just eager to see, like, you know, okay, what's the next chapter look like? Because shit, man, Jim Ryan's era ended with a freaking whimper. That's for sure. Yeah, it's the 30th anniversary. Come on, Sony. All right, let's see where we're at in this. Oh shit. Okay, so we're almost at the 3 hour and 45 minute mark. So I think what I'll do now. So on Sunday we don't do members content. Sunday's just a dedicated long form stream. I'm gonna have another stream out tomorrow. We will be doing members content tomorrow. We'll probably do a members lounge after the regular stream. But what we'll do right now is I think we'll just keep this conversation going and just hanging out. I'm going to hang out the chat for the last 15 minutes, chat with you guys. And we'll just say this is the last call for any fan funding membership gifts. If you want to become a member, or if you want to drop any more super chats, feel free to do so. We are sitting at 80 members, so I gotta say we're 20 members away from being 1/5 of the way there. Okay, so I don't know if it's going to be possible for us to hit this goal by the end of the week, but we are off to a strong start. So I'm just going to push here a little bit to encourage you guys. Let's see if we can make it happen. Let's see if we can get to the 100 mark. I mean, shit, we're this close. It's okay if we can't, but I'm going to encourage it because we're close. So, not saying that I want to play Crackdown 3, but I don't know. It's a double-edged sword. Like, I want to play Crackdown 3 if we hit the goal, but I'm going to dude, I can see how this is going to go down. Friday's going to come around, and it's like, we're at like 465 members. It's like, sorry guys, we're too short. I can't do it. Bungie telling Sony they know what they're doing, and they Google the answers under the table. Do you still have your 360 or games for it? No, I don't. I haven't had a 360 in many years. William, you're saying you hope Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta will get confirmed with the 2024 release date. Yeah, I don't think Metal Gear's coming out this year. I would love for it to, but I think Metal Gear's going to be a 2025 game. I'm actually kind of happy about that, though, because I would love to see Metal Gear Solid Delta be PS5 Pro enhanced. Shit, man. If it's coming out in 2025, make it run as best it can. Make it look as good as it can. I'm sorry, William. William's like, don't do this to me, MBG. Don't do it. I'm just being realistic. I mean, Konami has Silent Hill 2 Remake coming in October, and I just don't think they want to, shove the only other game right now that they kind of is close to release or somewhat close to release right next to it. Who knows, though? Dude, maybe they could surprise us. Konami waited quite a long time to give a proper release date for. Actually, yeah, I don't know, man. They could come out in the next couple weeks and be like, yeah, it's coming out this holiday, but I just don't know that I'm anticipating they're going to do that. MBG, what are the chances that Blue Point's next game is a new Castlevania? I think pretty low, truthfully. I think it's very likely at this point that Blue Point's new game is a new IP. It's like possible, but I just don't see that happening. Apparently, there is a new Castlevania game in development, but it's not at like I don't know. I think it's being developed internally by Konami. Gavin House, thank you for the super chat, buddy. Saying, what was that medieval fantasy RPG game that got released at like E3 2018 that was supposedly coming to PlayStation? Surely that's nearly ready. LOL. I'm pretty sure you're talking about Project Awakening, right? Uh, that is by, I think it's Koei Tecmo, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that game. I don't know what's going on with that game, man. It looked really promising, and it's been a long time since we've seen it, and the tech demo, it did look really good, but it was a tech demo, right? Like it's been so many years. I don't know. I mean, apparently they're still working on it. Okay, my bad. It's not Koei Tecmo. It's Psy Games. Okay, thank you, William. Yeah, you're saying it's one of the most anticipated. So, Gavin, I think it's still in the works. I just think it's taking a very long time. I would hope we see it soon, but at this point, I'm not keeping it at the forefront of my mind because it seems like it could be vaporware, but they did confirm, I think, either earlier this year or last year that they're still working on it. But I'm not holding my breath. I think that's the best way I'll put it. I'm not holding my breath. We'll see. Hopefully it's not another yeah, that's what I heard. William says Psy Games made Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, so now everyone is working on Project Awakening. Yeah, I hope it's true because it sounds like it could be awesome. And that tech demo again was really cool. Yeah, but we don't want another deep down situation, right? Definitely don't want that. By the way, for those of you who are still here, we still have 225 people plus watching the stream. Thank you guys for still hanging out with me. Do me a favor, hit that like button. We're sitting at 265. Can we bump it to 275? We're beyond. I think we can. Definitely helps. Yeah, I mean, if we hear any more about Project Awakening, I'll be sure to cover it because it's a game I'm interested in. Project Awakening is photorealistic and it has co-op multiplayer. Wait, did they say something about co-op multiplayer? Is that true? That's the first I'm hearing about this. Wait, is that true too, Read 'em and Weep? You're saying apparently there was a closed playtest for it back in May of this year? Huh. Yeah, I didn't know about any of this. I mean, it sounds awesome. The idea of multiplayer co-op. Seen the game as an open world single player story line with co-op option. I mean, I love co-op games. That's like one of the reasons why I'm excited. Although again, I'm probably not going to be able to play it at launch. But Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2, just the fact that you can play the whole campaign with cooperatively with 3 people or 2 other people. You know, I love that. I feel like not enough games have that. Does anybody know when the Switch 2 is supposed to be revealed? February, September, October. Yeah, I thought it was going to be sometime this year. That's what I was under that impression. Oh, check this out. Hold on. Arrowhead CEO his answer to a question on how the team is feeling about the update related to Helldivers 2. So for those who don't know, Helldivers 2 is basically like on fire right now because of their new update, and they basically nerfed more weapons, and the player base of Helldivers 2 is pretty pissed off about it. So let me see what they have to say here. Hold on. So this is the CEO of Arrowhead. I haven't spoken to everyone, of course, but many of us are disappointed on a few levels. On the one hand, the update had a bunch of nice stuff that aren't getting talked about. Maybe deservedly so, as many are not happy with the latest balance round. I think more broadly, it also has us discussing the path ahead and what we can do to avoid the situation again, i.e. internal learnings, more changes in process, etc. I think a lot of you fairly point out, what the F, we went through this earlier this year. Why are we here again? And I hate sounding like a broken record, but A, we have long lead times on development, i.e. what you see is the result of weeks and months of development work. Some changes take time before they show. B, not a whole lot of time has passed between now and the June balance round, and most people are still on vacation. But it really doesn't fundamentally, to me, mean that we still need to improve, or I guess, I don't know if that's a typo, improve a lot in understanding what players want and marry that to the development process. We want every release to be a step in the right direction, constant improvement. I don't think we feel this was that, so we need to do better. But it's also clear that me just talking about it isn't enough. Actions matter. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Like, this is fucking ridiculous. Like, I'm not saying the player, like, I'm not blaming players for being upset. I'm just saying, like, this is, I don't know. I feel like there's just been nothing but drama around Helldivers 2. Like, after the initial, like, hype wave, it's just been, like, kind of drama. And I'm not about this whole, like, we're sorry, we fucked up, we got to do, but, like, dude, just fucking A, man. Like, it can't be this hard. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not trying to be, like, harsh towards Arrowhead, but it can't be this fucking hard. Like, just listen to the players, man. What are they saying? What do they want? They want you, they want you to buff all of the weapons to make them all usable and feel like you can have more fun killing more bugs and killing more robots. Okay, then just do it. Don't go crazy, but just listen to what they want, man. Like, and you know what? If it goes poorly and they don't, I just don't get it, man. You're saying I've seen that the update wasn't the big expansion people wanted. Yeah, I'll admit, I've been playing Helldivers 2. I'm still having fun with it. But, this update definitely was a bit underwhelming. I'll be honest. And I think that Helldivers 2 has a longevity problem. I do. I'm not sure. Like, I just don't know what they can really do. Because I came across this video that I watched earlier today. It was a really short video. I forget who made it, but they were basically explaining that the problem with Helldivers 2, while yes, like, the nerfs aren't cool and, they have a bit of a nerfing problem, he was basically explaining that the real problem with Helldivers 2 is endgame rewards and how there's just not really much to look forward to. And I have to admit, as somebody who does, I don't play on this difficulty all the time, but I've been playing on Helldive difficulty, and you're going through all of the you're going through all of the war bonds. You can level up. You don't really get anything for leveling up, and you can upgrade your ship. But outside of that, it's like there's really not much else. And the person whose video I was watching was basically saying, like, the problem with Helldivers 2 is it gets boring. and there's really not enough to keep you on the hook, to keep you running on that hamster wheel without you becoming too aware of like you're just running on the hamster wheel. Not, you're not really getting anything out of it at this point. And to me, that's more of a fundamental like design problem where I don't know if they are planning to tackle that. And if they are, I don't know how they're planning on doing it. But yeah, it is a little interesting to me that this update was kind of pushed as like a big, like, I got to admit, I was surprised, dude. This big update for Helldivers 2, it shot the game up from 30,000 players to about 60 to 65. And then it went right back down to 30,000 or less. And yeah, I don't know, man. It's like, I just want to, I don't know. I'll pay attention. I'll keep an eye on the game. It's still one of my favorite games of the year. And to be honest, I wasn't fully planning on coming back for this update. So that, I'm not upset with it. My expectations weren't that high. I don't really care about the nerfs either. I'm going to be real right now. Like, I just really don't care about the nerfs that much. Because this isn't a game I'm planning on sticking around with for much longer. I'm going to play it for a little while more just to get a couple more rounds in. And then after that, I'm moving on to other games. So I'm not saying I won't come back. If they do have a meaningful update next year or something where it's like, are like something bigger? Sure. Yeah, I'll come by. But I don't know. It just feels like there's a lot of drama around the game from the player base and I'm not saying the players aren't valid. It's just like, I don't know, man. I'm not that invested. So hopefully the devs get the message, and hopefully the devs are able to appeal. This is the most important thing. Hopefully the devs are able to properly appeal to the fans that are still there playing. Because if they can't do that, they're not going to be able to maintain any momentum. They're not going to be able to they're certainly not going to be able to maintain momentum. They're not going to be able to keep the people there that have been here the whole time. So, interesting. All right. I see we went over the 4-hour mark. Okay. This is where I'm going to call the stream. Let me just double check something here. Okay. All right, guys. That is going to do it for this very long Sunday stream, but I had a great time talking to you guys, about the main topic of discussion, but also just kind of hanging with you for the last hour and a half or so. Before I head out, thank you for that, okay? You enjoyed the stream. Hope you and the fam have a good week. Well, thank you. You as well, man. Yeah, appreciate all the support you guys have shown. Yeah, there's gang violence and everything in this stream, so we got it all. We got it all. But the only other request I have for you is, as you're leaving the stream, as you're heading out, just do me a favor and hit that like button. It helps more than you know. We're sitting at 266 likes. See if we can bump that up to 275 potentially. And I want to make sure to give a massive thank you to everybody. We're sitting at 80 members on the day. That's huge. A lot of support. So again, we have a goal that we're striving for by the end of this week. 500. It's a lot. I know. But we'll see if we can get there. If we do, I'll be forcing myself to play some Crackdown 3 as a celebratory stream, I guess, if you want to call it a celebratory stream. But thank you guys for hitting 80 members. That's colossal. Also, a lot of super chats. Want to make sure I shout out those of you who drop super chats. They definitely mean a lot as well. That's also direct fan funding and support. And without that direct fan funding and support both ways, I simply wouldn't be able to run this channel the way I do and continue to grow this community. So thank you guys so much for tuning in and for everything you do. And I also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter. See you in the chat, man. Thank you for the timestamps, buddy. If you guys see Devil Shooter in the comments with the timestamps, give him some thanks. Show him some love. I know he really appreciates it, and he definitely appreciates the community. So thank you for that, Devil Shooter. Am I excited for Black Ops 6? I wouldn't say I'm excited. I'm interested, but I don't know if excited would be the right word. DSV. All right, guys, enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I'm going to go figure out what I'm doing for dinner, and we will be back here tomorrow, same time, same place, with a new topic of discussion. So I hope to see you here, and all right, that does it. Till next time, guys, take care.